Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It's the 24th of January, 2023, and this is our regular council meeting for that date. There has been, actually, I'll remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. There has been an agenda circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Also, the minutes of the regular council meeting of the 10th of January 2023 were circulated. Were there any errors or omissions noted? If not, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. And that's Councillor Cermak. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Brings us down the agenda to item 4.1 in our Emergency and Legislative Services section. And this is going to be a Clearwater County Highway Patrol 2022 annual report. And we're joined this morning by Ms. Haggart and Sergeant Miller. So I'll turn the floor across to the team.
Are you going to work the slideshow for me? Excellent. Thank you so much for having me today. It's been a while since I've been here, and this report is going to encompass all of 2022. You can change it for me. Typical for all of our annual reports, our mission statement that we're committed to the protection of the county infrastructure and the safety of the public through the proactive and professional law enforcement format that we have in place within Clearwater County. And it helps to reduce the rural crime through education, engagement, and enhanced patrols throughout the county. Our program goals for 2022 were to educate the public and industry regarding the infrastructure protection and how we go about doing that, traffic safety, rural crime reduction strategies, and emergency management within the county. Our goal is also to regulate the conduct of the public and industry through that proactive enforcement model that we currently run within the county, and to foster a positive relationship with the community members, industry, and other law enforcement agencies. We create a positive public image and maintain a focus on creating a safe community. To ensure the safety of recreational users and protection of environment by ensuring compliance regarding traffic safety, safe use of OHVs, respect to the land, responsible camping, and fire safety are also some of our project goals. We currently have 4 community peace officers within Clearwater County, myself and 3 others. Ron McIver, Jason Lucas, and Chad Cumberland. You can flip again. Officer training is a really big part of what our program entails. We're constantly retraining in the certification programs that are offered through Justice and Solicitor General and are mandatory. They include our officer training, our vehicle inspection, and all of our officers are trained to the highest level within those programs. For those of you that aren't aware of what our program entails, we've listed a number of the legislative acts and regulations that we fall under, and we actually enforce within the municipal boundaries. And there's a number of them. The newest one that was added was the Canadian Shipping Waterways Act, and that was added so that we can deal with some of the life jacket incidents and things maybe that are going on in the rivers and Abraham Lake. It is just another tool in our toolbox. It's not something that we are actively enforcing. It just gives us that ability to deal with those things if we happen to be on a joint force operation or working with other agencies within the municipality. Commercial vehicle safety has been a big part of our program for the last, I'd say, probably 20 years. The big part of the commercial vehicle safety is protection of the infrastructure as well as the general public. The picture that's in the bottom right-hand corner was caused by debris that came off of the truck that's in the top left-hand corner. So I had put a thing on there, action, failing to take time to clean off your load. Consequences could have been worse than they were. There were no injuries, just broken windshield. There was a charge laid by one of our officers with regards to this incident, and as well, that trucking company ended up having to pay for the damage to that person's vehicle. So we deal with a lot of commercial vehicles within the county, and as you'll see as we go through our report, those numbers are in the 60,000 vehicles that come through just on the permits alone. Infrastructure protection has been also a big part of our roles within the county. We, excuse me, we do a lot of overload detection within the county. We do a lot of road use agreements. You can flip there for me, Alana. We had 62 overloads detected in the last year. We had still 4 bridge overloads, with one of the fines being $22,000 to a trucking company that was from outside of the municipality. That was went to court. He was found guilty, and the fine was held up. 31% of the vehicles that we stopped were actually charged, and how that works is a lot of the vehicles could end up with 3 or 4 overload violations, and we typically will pick the one out of the 4 or 3 and give some warnings on the other ones. Overloads are very, very expensive, and we feel that giving some education with regards to it has alleviated some of the problems that we are having, especially ones that we had with some of the local companies within the municipality. I think we've got them all under control now, and they totally understand our program and how we work. People that are coming in from outside should know, because it's the same everywhere in the province as it's provincial legislation, but they don't understand how important it is and how big a mandate it is within our municipality to enforce those weights on our roads. Some of the ways that we actually do the infrastructure protection is we monitor the traffic on the roads to ensure weight compliance, so that's the overloads that we're seeing. Some of it is very hit and miss, unless we're physically there to catch them on a bridge that's restricted or catch them if they are overloaded on one of our roads. The only other way that we've been able to get compliance out of that is through complaints, citizen complaints about certain things coming through on certain roadways, and then going and investigating those complaints. Typically leads to some sort of education or charge for the company or the driver. We also do road protection through the road use agreement checks and proactive patrols throughout the county. We typically monitor the large commercial hauls that are running under the road use agreements by having the officers go out once a road use is issued and try and locate that particular road use agreement user and inspect or check some of the vehicles that are on that road use. Again, that's hit and miss. They have a pretty big window of travel and travel times that they can utilize those permits in. So sometimes the officers will have to go to different locations 2 or 3 times in order to check those particular road use agreements. For the most part, it's been really interesting watching the numbers on the road use agreements. The violations for road use agreements have dropped substantially. It's more the single trip permitting that we're having concerns with and issues with, not so much the big gravel hauls or log hauls and stuff like that. They're being very compliant in the last year. Benefits to having this program, a successful infrastructure protection program, is we reduce the cost of those infrastructure repairs within the county and the maintenance, and we also reduce incidents involving collisions on county roads. When there's a motor vehicle collision on a county road, if we're available, we'll go out, we'll check the roadways, and we'll report back if there's any issues or concerns with the roadways. Typically, or in a lot of cases, the motor vehicle collision reports come in and they say it's road conditions. And we want, from a liability perspective, to make sure that the roads are in fact in good shape and that it is not going to come back on the municipality that the collision was caused by poor road conditions. So those are some of the ways that, that the proactive patrols and the attendance to some of these incidents can come back within the municipality. I think we missed one, Alana. Oh, no, we didn't. Single trips, so these are the ones that I was talking about that if we were gonna have less compliance, this is where it would be. The single trip permits, it's not the people that actually take the single trip permits, it seems to be the ones that don't go and get the permits that we tend to have problems with. We issued, road data issued 6,644 single trip permits, and what a single trip permit is anything that is non-conventional, a non-conventional configuration. If they've got a Jeep, a booster, or a wheeler, it is non-standard configuration, and they require a single trip permit in order to haul that particular piece of equipment within our municipality on our roads. We did find a lot of violations with regards to people not getting those single trip permits, and it seems to be a little bit, again, I don't want to pick on them, but it's the ones that aren't in the county or don't work regularly in the county that may or may not know what our rules are within the county. You can flip this for me, Lana. The road use agreements are the multiple loads or multiple units. We had 443 road use agreements come through the county or being applied for within the county. And in those 443 permits, we had over 51,000 truck units permitted under those road use agreements. It does not include the single trip, and it does not include any normal standard trucks that come through our county. Like a gravel truck that's you know, a single truck rolling through the county, or a tanker truck that's coming through the county that doesn't require those permits. So as you can see, there's a lot of commercial traffic. The numbers are starting to inch up. Our single trips were up, our road use agreements were up, but our number of truckloads were down, or truck units per road use agreement. I don't know why. Maybe they're getting better at what they're doing. Maybe they don't need as many trucks. They're not going as deep on some of the wells. I don't know. But the numbers are definitely creeping up as far as the amount of traffic that's going through the municipality. You can flip. One of the questions that we get asked, you know, well, I don't understand why it's such a big deal. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect my family. And I sit back and I go, well, maybe it does. I mean, we think about municipalities and how much money they spend out of your tax dollars each year repairing those damaged roads caused by the violations or the people that don't have that that respect for the roads and the process. Also, hundreds of people are severely injured or killed each year. The stats just came out with regards to 2020 on the number of deaths due to speeding, distracted driving, impaired driving, and unsafe equipment and vehicles. So it does affect everyone's family in some way, and sometimes we just tend to forget about that because we're not involved directly with that particular industry. Environmental damage within the county occurs in our lands and waterways because of littering and the misuse of lands. So there's lots of things that do affect you in an indirect way in everything that we deal with. You can flip it, Alana. Environmental protection was another big area that we had some concerns with, and a sort of an uptick, I guess, on the number of complaints and things that we found. Hard to believe that there's still people out there that think it's okay to throw their garbage in the ditches, it's okay to leave their dilapidated trailers on public lands out in the West Country, or just dump their garbage wherever they see fit because either the land use or the land transfer station's closed, or they don't have the money to get in, or whatever their reason is. In a lot of the incidents, we've identified the majority of the people that we've dealt with under the Environmental Protection Act. We've had them remove, or we've removed and charged them for it, and inevitably there's been a violation ticket. The one, just for instance, the one on the top left was a complaint that we've been dealing with since June that started out as a fire of a motorhome. I am still dealing with that complaint. They still have not removed, the insurance company still has not removed the burnt out debris sitting on the side of the Yaha Tinder Road. So we're getting, we've been really involved with the insurance company in the last little while and more or less telling them that it will be removed or the municipality will have to come back, remove it, and then send them a bill. And I think we've got that one all tied up, but that was since June. So I'm not quite sure how they think that it's right that this stuff can sit on the side of the road and nobody's gonna be bothered by it, but it does. The trailer was just sitting on a road right-of-way, destroyed. I don't know why they left it. And the garbage is what we see on just about every weekend somewhere in the municipality. Instead of taking their garbage out with them, they leave it on the side of the road, or they, I don't know, leave it in the ditch. You can flip it. The biggest component, and it all kind of ties together with the infrastructure protection and the commercial vehicles, is traffic safety and public safety. You can flip, Alana. We do a lot of work based on complaints. We do a lot of proactive patrols with regards to traffic safety and public safety. The unsafe vehicles has been a really big focal point for us, and it's not just unsafe commercial vehicles. We're starting to actually deal with a lot more unsafe passenger vehicles. The vehicle that is in the top left was a vehicle that was actually stopped on one of our county roadways by one of the officers, and they thought it was okay to have their window, and their vehicle was just damaged and wrecked, and they just thought it was okay to drive it. It was not registered, not insured, and the driver was suspended as well. Aggressive drivers on the roadways is another area that we deal with. This one is wrong, or I have 181 on the stats, but it is actually 183. This particular individual was doing 183 kilometers an hour on Rainy Creek Road. He was a GDL driver and had 3 young people in the vehicle with him when the officers stopped him. We assist with a lot of motor vehicle collisions within the municipality, again, on county roads to deal with possible liabilities to assist different agencies, including police and fire and EMS. The other one with the herding of sheep. They're smarter than I am. I would herd them off the road and they would sneak behind me and come back onto the road. And all the people, I couldn't figure out why all the people in the vehicles were laughing, because I didn't know what they were doing behind me. And it was just this big circle of sheep that kept wanting to come back to the center line and eat whatever they were eating on the center line. So it was quite interesting for the tourists, I'm sure. So you can flip it. Our traffic safety plan. So we are required through legislation to put in a 3-year traffic safety plan. And our traffic safety plan includes the three detachments, Rocky Mountain House, Sundre, and Rimbey. And it is based on information and direction we get from council, as well as the Provincial Traffic Safety Committee or the Traffic Safety Calendars. So if you haven't seen the Traffic Safety Calendar, it is each month there's a focal point on that calendar that we focus on as a province. Within each municipality, and things like pedestrian safety, impaired driving, things like that, we will actually take and put something a little bit more relevant to our locality. Like off-highway vehicles is not on the calendar. We'll put that on there. Commercial vehicles is on, but it might not be on the same time. So we work off of that calendar based on the information that is put out each year. Our traffic safety plan has to be redone this year. It is expired this year, so we will be working on that traffic safety plan as we move forward. And again, it's to protect the infrastructure within the county as well as the safety of the public that is traveling through our county or recreating in the West Country in our county. A few years ago, we started, and I know a couple of the councillors had asked me about it. We had we asked about doing a pilot project for primary highways just prior to the start of COVID. And we entered into that, and then COVID came, and then it just kind of came carte blanche that everybody got it within the province if they applied for it. We had already applied for it through the pilot project with the blessing of council. And I just wanted to let you know that the pilot project, I'll call it pilot project, but that project has been very successful within our municipality in ensuring that the consistency in the enforcement of all traffic on all roadways is the same. So if you have somebody on a county road that goes through a stop sign, they're going to get dealt with the same way as they did on Highway 11. So everything's consistent now. It has definitely alleviated a lot of the problems that we were having when we were doing our patrols out to the West Country, where Highway 11 was a big concern of ours and being passed by lots of people who knew that we did not do it on those particular roads. Now when the guys go out west to Nordig and stuff for their patrols, it's a lot less noticeable. There are still definitely the people that are speeding, but the majority of the people that we're getting are, I think they're just chronic speeders anyways, and enjoying the nice drive out west. So we're, like I said, we're continuing to see those high speeds. We did have excessive speed. We had 55 that we actually charged with excessive speed. The one that was doing the 83 on the Rainy Creek, and this is where the typo is, I apologize for that, it should be 83, was actually should have been charged under the criminal code for dangerous driving. We don't have that ability, so the best we can do is send them to court and let the courts deal with them. This particular gentleman has not been to court yet, so we are not sure what's going to come out of it. We have been seeing fines of $1,000 or more. Sometimes they drop them down. There's really no consistency within our courts, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with this one. There has been some suspensions that have been issued, and I think they're getting a lot more serious about the fines that are being issued with regards to these people that are doing these excessive speeds. Traffic safety also involves off-highway vehicle operation. We do still run the Positive Ride program, which has been a very successful program. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to do as much as we wanted to in the last couple of years. Again, COVID and just other things that have got in our way with regards to it. We're going to continue working with our partners in the enforcement of the JFOs. We just got notification from the Blackfalds Integrated RCMP traffic unit that they requested to go back out to Nordig again. So we'll be doing some more patrols out there with them on the long weekends, as well as trying to get some off-highway vehicle patrols in as well. This is just the statistics, give you an idea sort of what we've been doing. We had 1,136 speeds. I can tell you without telling you where they start to charge. If you get a ticket from one of our officers, you deserve the ticket. That's about as much as I'm going to say. Excessive speed, like I said, 55. The highest speed was the 83 on Rainy Creek, which is a local road. Stop signs, still some issues with it. Stop signs are really hard for us. They do have in the traffic calendar a month that is actually traffic intersection safety, stop sign safety. We really struggle with that because as soon as they see the car there or the truck there, they stop at the stop sign. And if we're not there, we get numerous complaints that people aren't stopping at stop signs. So it's sort of hit and miss for us. Seatbelts, still a big concern. I don't understand that part of it because it's been here for so long, but there are still a number of people that don't wear their seatbelts. Unregistered was a really big one this year, and I think it has to do with the fact that the decals have been taken off of the license plate, and a lot of people forget. I know that there were 183 unregistered motor vehicles. The majority of them had been unregistered for a very long time. If they were unregistered for maybe, a week or two and they just forgot, there was typically a warning issued for it, and we directed them to go to the nearest motor vehicles branch and get it registered. So the ones that were charged were definitely over a long period of time. 6, no insurance, which is really quite nice to see. That number is down substantially. The driver's license, no driver's license and suspended was another one that's gone through the roof on us again. Those numbers are really big. Usually with the suspended, they lose their vehicle for 30 days, whether it's their vehicle or not, and that sometimes can cause a problem with the registered owner who lent their vehicle to their friend or who allowed their friend to drive for whatever reason. Off-highway vehicles, we're getting better with the no helmets. A little bit of confusion still, and we're doing a lot of education on the Positive Ride program with regards to it. What's legal in a side-by-side, what's not legal in a side-by-side as far as wearing helmets and not wearing helmets. They're allowed to be without a helmet if they have a manufactured roll cage and are wearing their seatbelt. Most of the people we've dealt with the no helmets and the side-by-side know that. They're not wearing a seatbelt. They forgot to put the seatbelt on when they got on the side-by-side, and they end up getting a ticket for their no helmet because it is a zero tolerance for us in the West Country. Careless driving, lots of complaints about passing school buses. It is on the primary highways. We're tending to get a lot more calls with regards to it just because of a few incidents that we've had. Our passing the school buses on the municipal roads isn't as prevalent as it is on the main roadways. There was one school bus, a person passing a school bus that was charged, and careless and other driving violations were up a little bit as well. We had 15 this year. Restricted bridge overloads, 4, which is down from last year, with a $22,000 fine, like I said, being issued to one of the drivers. So those are the numbers there. And the next one actually gives you just a little bit of an idea, a visual idea of where our files are at. And files are usually complaints or anything that the officers have to actually make an action on or do an action on, a phone call, going out and seeing the people, doing an investigation with regards to it. It does not include any of our violation tickets unless those violation tickets go to court and there's an action generated for it. So the violation tickets are on the bottom, and as you can see, the biggest portion of the work that we do is the traffic side, the speed side, with no insurance. So it kind of breaks it out where the tickets are being issued. You can also see that that correlates with the complaints that are received as well. So it kind of all matches with regards to the stuff that the tickets have been issued for. The program that we run in Clearwater County is a well-balanced program. The number of warnings that are on the annual report do not reflect all of the warnings that are issued. They just reflect the written warnings or the vehicle inspections that had warnings attached to them. So there could be a large number of verbal warnings given to people that are not recorded. You can flip, Alana. As I indicated earlier, education's a big part of what we do. Rural crime reduction has been a really big part of the whole community, the policing community, the rural community. We're really tied to what we can and can't do because of legislation and our authorities. But we do go and do proactive patrols, visibility to assist in the reduction of that rural crime. If somebody calls and asks and says they have a problem with certain things, we try and educate them or give them ideas of where to go or how to deal with certain factors that may mitigate some of the things that they're having problems with. And we'll direct them to the RCMP if it is a criminal incident. We've attended a number of town hall meetings that the RCMP have been doing. We've been asked to go with them to Nordegg, Sundre, and Leslieville. And just to give you an idea, again, of the proactive amount of work that the officers do, for most likely 3 because I'm a little bit more administrative than they are, did just about 139,000 kilometers last year. On top of all of the court that they did, all of the administrative work that they did, the meetings, et cetera, that they are involved in. So it's a pretty good amount of patrolling within the county. Listed all the partnerships, sheriffs, I listed them all, so we know they're all sheriffs, but there's parks, fish and wildlife, commercial vehicle, traffic, the RCMP, sustainable resources, forestry, town of Rocky Mountain House, peace officers, and other municipal enforcement agencies that we work with, and some of the JFOs are included in this. When we went to, that's okay, you can leave it here. When we went to the town hall meetings, it was very interesting listening to the people and some of the concerns that they had with regards to their complaints. The biggest complaint was not getting callbacks on things that were happening within their municipalities. And the other messages that were put out there, and it was interesting because some of those messages actually came from some of the residents, was that you need to know your neighbor, you need to look out for each other. There are a lot of municipalities or a lot of areas in our municipality where the neighbors are very close, but there's lots that they aren't. And that's a really, really big deterrent if everybody's out looking after each other. I know that there was some talk, and Christine might be able to help me with this, there was some talk about citizens on patrol getting back involved within the municipality, and I'm not quite sure where that's sitting because that's RCMP mandated. Yeah, so that's an RCMP mandated program, but that's where that, you know, the people are actually looking out for each other and helping the police because the municipality is large and they just can't be, or we can't be everywhere all of the time. So that's a really big plus if they could get that program started again. The off-highway vehicle positive ride program actually took a little bit of a reprieve because of COVID, and we never got out and did as many things as we did in previous years. This past summer was quite interesting because the number of people that were visiting from other countries was unbelievable. Both of these families were from different parts of, I don't even know where they're from. One was Germany and one spoke a language I didn't know what it was, but it's interesting when you go and you start handing things to them and, you know, talking to them and pointing to helmets, and then get somebody that can actually help you interpret and pass this on the messages. They're also happy to see you out there, and they appreciate the enforcement entities in their areas that they're riding in. All of them were fabulous to deal with. So the program is definitely doing really, really well. It's been adopted in some other municipalities around the province, and it just gives our enforcement officers that positive interaction with the general public instead of always just that negative ticket thing that typically people think we only do. You can flip it. Industry, so this is the education part of the industry. Again, industry and some of the industry programs or education programs that we did within industry in the farming community were put on hold because of COVID. We're starting to get back into it and have done more programs upon request from industry. Sometimes after a motor vehicle collision, we've been called in and just to talk to their drivers about different things. If we've issued an inspection notice to them and they don't understand what it's, we'll come in and talk about the loose loads, the trip inspections, all of the things that pertain to the legislation surrounding industry and the operation of those particular vehicles. I know that one of our officers, I tasked each officer with a different project this year, and one of them is actually going to be dealing with farm safety. And there are farm safety brochures available upon request, and we are hoping to get a non-enforcement farm safety program set up where we can assist the farmers and give them some guidance on some of the things that we're looking for, other enforcement agencies may be looking for when their vehicles, farm equipment are on the roadways. So that's something that they've been tasked to do, so we'll see how that one goes and where that one rolls out in the near future. Community engagement, I'm not even going to go through all of these lists. We're involved in a lot of things within the community, and Chad is a great cookie maker. Tim Hortons keeps calling him back and wants him to come back and do cookies. So the kids love us at the safety fair. The general public, when we were in Tim Hortons doing the Camp Day cookie donations, general public was really receptive to seeing us in there and wondering why we were in there, but they bought lots of cookies from us. They had no choice. You can flip through again. So in conclusion, our 2023 objectives are more or less going to stay the same unless we get direction from council with regards to where they see other priorities for us. But our objectives are to continue monitoring the industry through mentoring and education, and working with individuals and community groups to address the concerns that they have through training and information sessions. To continue with those proactive patrols within the community and check and assist with the reduction of that rural crime. We are also part of Project Lockup, which is an RCMP program where we'll go out and do general patrols in those hot areas that come off of that Project Lockup map that the RCMP has. We are going to continue to ensure that the officer training needs are met and that we continue to exceed those expectations of the Solicitor General as far as training. That's what keeps our officers and the public that we serve safe. We ensure transparency within the program, and we're willing to adjust to the ever-changing needs within our community. And we're going to continue to work with our partner agencies to ensure that safety within the municipality, to facilitate the safety program that our county has put into place for us. And Jason's going to hate me for this. Any questions? See, they were supposed to be here. Uh-oh.
I see a number of lights around the council table here, so I'll go with Councillor Graham first.
I don't have a question. You mentioned the school bus safety, and
Yes.
I have to thank you guys, especially Officer Lucas. You guys are so diligent with that, and they've had troubles with other law enforcement not wanting to help them with that, the bus drivers, and they're so thankful for the effort that you guys put in. It's very much appreciated. We've got to protect those little kiddos. So
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for that.
And Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I had the opportunity to go to a hostile individuals for governance workshop, like how to deal with the public as a government official, and it was put on by two CPOs from the north, and they discussed that, you know, with sheriffs becoming sidearm carrying individuals and them changing the designations of a lot of the officers in the province, it really has changed the outlook of rural community policing and police officers in general, and how the general population can't really tell the difference. Mm-hmm. I know you're very big with the AACPO association, and I was curious what your thoughts are on potentially arming the CPOs throughout the province. When I discussed it with them, they said it's going to take a municipality, a strong municipality, to take a lead on this, to protect their officers to whatever they feel is appropriate. And I just wanted to get the thoughts from our people that are on the front line that are dealing with those people every single day.
So, really touchy subject. From a municipal standpoint, not the association's perspective right now, I think that the general population is good. I think that a lot of people out there are doing really good things when it comes to interacting with law enforcement, but we are definitely seeing an uptake on the number of violent incidents that are happening. We had one violent incident in our municipality here with one of our officers that could have gone sideways really fast. And being part of the association, I've seen a number of situations where, I'm going to back up a little bit. The sheriffs and the peace officers do exactly the same job, only for different employers. So the sheriffs do traffic, the sheriffs do commercial vehicles, the sheriffs do fish and wildlife. We don't do fish and wildlife, but they work in the West Country. They are given the opportunity to be armed because they have one employer. we, as community peace officers, I think we have 129 municipalities that employ peace officers that are within our association. So now I'm crossing over to the other side. Of those 129 municipalities, they're all individual employers. They all have to be looked at individually. So it's a little bit difficult to say that one municipality will be able to make a change. I think what has to happen is there has to be an education put out there. Do we need them? Yeah, I think so, doing the work that we do, because there are a lot of people that don't know the difference between us, that don't know our authorities. If you do get that bad person, they're going to look at you like you're a threat right off the bat. Should we have them? Maybe that's a better way to put it. Should we have them? Yeah, I think so. Are we going to get all of the municipalities on board to be able to get them? I don't know. It's something that I think we have to look at. We have to sit down and discuss, because at the end of the day, you have to look at the hazard assessments. You have to look at what your peace officers are doing. You have to look at the people that they're dealing with. You have to look at the liability part of it. There's lots of things. So to say yes or no right now is really, really difficult. But when you think about the work that we do and the area that we're in, and where our backup is, if we do have a problem where we're caught in a situation that we can't back out of, we need to be able to look after ourselves. And I think it scares a lot of people because they think of it as an offensive weapon. We're going to go in and we're going to pull guns on everybody. And what they need to do is think of it as a defensive weapon. The only time that is going to be used is the same time that we're going to pepper spray somebody or we're going to use our baton on them. It's defensive if our life is being threatened. So you're giving us the tools already. It's just another tool in the toolbox to keep your officers safe. Whether or not we get them, it's not going to change the way that we do our job right now, because we're trained to be diligent about the people that we're dealing with and identifying or trying to identify the hazards that come with the job that we do. Are we going to be able to identify all of the hazards all the time? I would like to say yes. I hope so. But there's no guarantee that we can. So it's a conversation I think that needs to be brought up. When I was at the RMA and the AM, there were a number of people that actually came and talked to us at our booth with regards to it. It is not a topic that the association can take a stance on, because we're there to give you guys the information. The decision has to come from the bigger group. My big question is, the job is the same on this side with one employer as it is on this side with 125 employers. So these people can protect their officers, but these people are not given the ability or opportunity to, even if they wanted to right now. So if Clearwater decided they wanted to, we couldn't. And my only question is, why not? Why aren't we given that ability as a municipality?
Follow up, and then I'll go to.
Thank you. At this course, the program that I took, they talked about the threat circle matrix, and you always want to be one above whatever the person coming to you with the issue is. As far as if they're coming out with a knife, then you should hopefully be one above that, etc. I know I'm not teaching you anything you don't know. It's just that's what they had gone over with us. And if the sheriffs, like you said, are doing the same job with a different set of safety tools, and the general public probably doesn't know the difference between a CPO versus a sheriff versus an RCMP. They see a person authority. To be fair, they also don't know the difference when it's an EMS personnel versus, because they wear vests now too, and the vest apparently means police. I would like us to do some digging into the paperwork side of this, get some information on the safety, the liability, the community perception, so that we can have the tools to know where we stand as a council and governance on this issue, and potentially take a forward seat in potentially building resolutions, et cetera, to go to the province, if that's the stance that this council takes on it. But if we do the background, the safety, liability, all of those things, and so we can make an informed decision, we can be advocates for our officers and the officers for those 125 municipalities across the province, if that is what this group so chooses. I think it's an important issue. I would like to see our officers as safe as possible, and I would love to see Clearwater take a stance on this. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just have a question, if you have any maybe thoughts or ideas or suggestions on how to, if you see intersections within the municipality, whether, you know, if they're on primary highways, and specifically the intersection of Highway 22 and 54, just east of Caroline, really right, that intersection there is only a stop sign and it's lit, but there's no flashing light, there's no, so this council did approve a letter to Alberta Transportation to, you know, to get additional safety measures installed and implemented there. But I was just wondering if you had any, that was a few months ago and there's still absolutely nothing that's happened there, and it's really only a matter of time before another tragic accident happens at that intersection. I just thought I'd see if you had any other ideas or avenues or thoughts on how to get that intersection, have some additional.
Are you referring to the north or the Racinus one?
East of Caroline.
East of Caroline, okay,
Yeah,
where that collision
Highway 20
happened.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I noticed, and I don't know if it was addressed in the letter that you sent to the government, one of the things I noticed there is all of the other intersections that come to the intersection of two major highways all have rumble strips in it. There is nothing there. There's signage, so if you're really not paying attention to signs, there's nothing to alert you that that comes to a T. Actually, it doesn't come to a T intersection. It comes to a major highway. Yes. And a lot of people see that and they don't have a checkerboard on the other side because the road goes right through. So for me, I always wondered why there was not the rumble strips, or whatever they're called. I'm not sure the terminology of them, but the rumble strips approaching that intersection just to kind of, you know, alert you that there is a stop sign coming, or even the red light on the stop sign there. That's another one too. There's nothing other than a couple signs that actually alert you to it. And the fact that it goes straight through onto a gravel road, a lot of people don't even pay attention to those stop signs or don't see them if they're driving long distances or. So I think that those are two things definitely that would improve that. I'm not sure why somebody said that there's a residence there and that's why they didn't put the rumble strips there, but that would be a question I would ask as to why they couldn't put those in there, because they're on all the other intersections for two major highways.
Yeah, even if there was a flashing red light or a you know, amber flashing lights prior to the intersection, just warning for maybe high collision intersection. But I just wanted to see if you had any ideas, suggestions, or thoughts on how we could maybe expedite that to get additional safety measures implemented there.
Can I get a copy of the letter? That you have? Yeah. If you give me a copy of the letter, there are a couple avenues that I can probably direct you in. I just want to see who you wrote it to initially, and then we can sort of go from there. A lot of the departments within traffic safety have changed now. Okay. So there's a lot of different people. The minister is definitely one to write to, but there's a lot of times things get sort of set off to the side for a little bit, and they're not prioritized maybe. So there's different administrative routes that you might be able to go to get those things expedited a little bit faster.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah.
And Councillor Graham, please.
I just wanted to voice my support for what Deputy Reeve Lougheed brought up. I think we should absolutely be looking into that, and I agree we can be a leader in that. I've never understood why peace officers aren't armed with a firearm. I don't think it makes any sense personally, and I just, great bringing that up.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Reeve. I was curious if I was to motion today to have you guys start the legwork and the background work on that very thing regarding the safety of our officers and the tools they would need to do their job the most effectively. Do you already have that capacity within your department to start that work, or would that be a budget item coming back?
I would probably say, okay, two hats again. I would say, I would motion it back to our association to do it. That's sort of what we do. When the taser situation came into play, we as an association actually hired a consultant who is a use of force consultant, very well known within the industry, to do a paper up for us with regards to the use of tasers and the pros and cons of tasers and sort of where that direction goes. And it's done up in a more professional way than what I would be able to do or our department would be able to do. And that's what our association is for. We represent the municipalities and give them the information back. So you could, if you wanted to make a motion, I think the best thing probably would be to make a motion to see if the association would be willing to do something like that on behalf of you, and then bring that information back to your municipality.
Follow up?
Okay, please.
I would like to do just that. I would like to motion to have emergency and legislative services reach out to the AACPO and start the background work and study regarding the safety of our officers and the tools that we need within the job to keep them as safe as possible.
Are you making a
Yes.
motion then? Okay. So then I guess a discussion around that motion then? I guess a comment I would make, I would assume that if we were considering arming our CPOs, that there would be an uptick in the level of training and competency
Absolutely.
levels, of which would certainly have a budget implication and perhaps exclude some of our, we don't want to have different tiers of officers within our organization as well. So I would assume that could create some staffing difficulties in the short term.
With the officers that we have right now, it wouldn't. It might in other municipalities. Again, I'm speaking from both sides. The staff that we have currently got within Clearwater County have either, 2 of them have been armed already, 2 of them have not. And it's just a matter of doing exactly what the government did on that side if legislation passes it that way. They would not let you, from the way I understand, they would not let you have that tiered policing unless you went totally out of the peace officer program and just back to like a straight bylaw officer. So it would be like the CPO program in the province would have to do it as a whole, is the way I understand it. And it may change, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, thank you for that. Additional comments or questions around the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Just wondering, thank you, Reeve, how often do your officers encounter a situation where they feel their life is threatened? Is it a frequent occurrence?
That's a pretty hard question.
Oh,
They're pretty diligent on what they do. I know I've had situations where I've actually had that feeling in the back of my neck, like where the hair stands up, and I've actually said, like, right from the vehicle, okay, I got another call, you guys go ahead and, just slow down and just let them go. Why I did that, I don't know. That's a really hard question to answer. I know that there have been situations within this municipality, as well as numerous situations in other municipalities, where officers have felt threatened, officers have been put into situations where they have to step up that level of force. Now, to go to the level of force that we're talking about moving into, possibly, I couldn't answer that question because we're not armed, so that's not something that we can even put into our game plan right now. The best that we can do is a baton and the pepper spray. That's the best that we can do.
okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that information is power, and in doing this very study, it may come out that this isn't a good option. You never know, right? But us having the information in order to make the best decision going forward, I think, is going to be the best option. And I hope that we can make it happen and get as much good information as possible.
Okay. Additional questions around the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Further questions relating to Sergeant Miller's report? Councillor Swanson, please.
I want to go back to your the single trip permits. Are those particular permits issued during business hours, or can they be issued or applied for online?
Online through road data.
Okay.
And I do believe that Travis might do some single trip for us. I know that there was conversation with regards to it. I'd have to check with Eric to see if they've went that direction. But they're available 24 hours a day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? Well, again, thank you for a very comprehensive report. It's great to have that update. I would be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Northcott, any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Moving to item 4.2, and that's an updated noise bylaw, 1137/23, and I believe I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Haggart for that.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, members of council. Before you, and I'm going to ask Sergeant Miller to stick around too, just to answer any questions around how noise bylaw concerns are addressed when we do receive them to the municipality. Not a frequently used bylaw, certainly. The noise bylaw has been in existence for more than 20 years with the existing bylaw 72201, so it was adopted in 2001. Following some review, certainly with legal perspective as well. We want to make sure that bylaws, if we're going to go to the level of the process and then the step of defending that enforcement or sanction or ticket in a court of law, that we want to make sure that they're as effective as possible. So we had a lawyer take a peek at the bylaw and just offer some suggestion as to how to make it even better than the previous bylaw. I know with the past bylaw, there were successful challenges within a court system, and then there were some that were not. It all depends on, I guess, the decision maker of the day once it gets to that court session to determine what the penalties would be. So before council, we have the bylaw, and if you wouldn't mind, Alana, I'd like to just scroll through it really quick and touch on some of the things that I had noted that I wanted to mention to council in terms of what the sections mean and how this process would unfold if there's a noise complaint. And I will say that there's certainly noise is subjective. It's one of those things where people have feelings about noises that may or may not be a noise bylaw concern. And then there's some that there are. In my opinion, noise is not a one-time thing. Noise is something that's more persistent and not in alignment with what the land use is intended for. So if a noise of a tractor running in the middle of the night is disturbing somebody in a residential setting next door, if that is an agricultural parcel, that would be precluded from something like this. So I just wanted to make that clear, that we're not looking to try and come down with the heavy hand of the law on every bit of noise that's happening in the community, because we know that there's lots of activities, industrial, agricultural, otherwise, that do make noise, that are considered part of the land use. So within the land use bylaw itself, I think that's great. The beginning is just the definitions. Thanks for skipping through that. So noise itself, as described, as something that won't likely to annoy or disturb the peace. Again, I've given my perspective on that. Where we, in clause number 1, under 3.1, I guess it is, the things that cause noise, we kind of went back and forth over a few things. Explosions was the one we weren't certain if council would wish to keep in a bylaw or not, but that's, the lawyer put it in there, and we're not certain if we want to leave that word in there for 2 reasons. Explosions are legislated by federal legislation, so we can't control necessarily explosions themselves because that's regulated federally, and we don't have that within our appointments. So they have no right of search and seizure from a peace officer program perspective to go on to private property to go and take an explosive device or a gun. We don't have that appointment to do that action, so it's questionable if we should put that there. What we can regulate is persistent noise related to an activity. So there's a difference, just to be clear. And there are activities where people use explosions, beaver dam control, gopher control, that sort of thing. So, and certainly pest control from gunshots on agricultural use parcels. So, again, that one is something we could scratch that one word if council so wishes, and have a revised draft of the bylaw. But we just wanted to leave it in there for a discussion point. And then going through. Again, explosions is in number 2, 3.2 as well. And then maybe we'll skip Helena to 4, permissible operations and activities. So this is the important one, where noise by land use under 4.1B, you'll see a deemed approved use is defined in the county land use bylaw for the district in which the use is being carried on. So that would not prevent those land use bylaw related activities from happening. So we could more easily explain to a complainant that a noise related to agriculture is a permitted use on that property. And certainly, and Terry can attest to this because her team is the one that usually deals with folks on the phone calling with the concerns and walking them through the process, which we can explain to council as well. You have to be reasonable in a sense that it's not that one-time noise. This is something, you know, if it was a dog barking noise, for instance, persistent, day to day, that person would have to make a log, continue to track that process and be willing to swear that in a court setting that they witnessed it themselves. And maybe I'll pass it over to Terry just to explain the burden of proof that the courts are looking for when they are talking about a third party complaint about somebody else on a private property. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind, if you could turn her mic on and let Terry speak to burden of proof.
So one of the problems that we ran into in a couple of the incidents that we've been dealing with from a legal perspective is the burden of proof when we come into court. And I'm going to go back to the explosion thing with that, or loud noises. Explosions is probably the best one to use. The explosions, when they occur, cause an echo. So the Crown Prosecutor was telling us, if you can't prove to me that that person is the one that actually caused the explosion to occur, we cannot prosecute because there's a burden of proof on that person that's laying the charge, the complainant, to be able to identify the person that caused the noise. So that's sort of where we're running into a few of the problems, because it could be, you know, they're thinking it's coming from one property, but it could be coming from another property, or it could be somebody on their property hunting. It could be a number of different things, but without them being able to identify the noise, the person that's causing the noise, we were gonna have problems actually convicting. So they ended up pulling the one ticket that we wrote on behalf of one of the complainants because of that, and that stemmed to the changes in the bylaw. So burden of proof is the hardest one for us to prove. Some of the ones that we did prove and actually get convictions on, you know, were involving firearms, but it was they were using it as a commercial gun range. Not part of the land use, but constant shooting, bringing people in. That one we got convictions on because we could identify that as not being allowed by land use. We knew where it was coming from because there were people that were identified as going in and shooting there. So those things are really long and tedious processes that have to be done prior to us even thinking of laying a charge. The very first thing that we do as an officer is we will talk to the complainant, then we'll go and we'll speak to the person that they've got the complaint about, and you know, give them the bylaw, tell them the problems that we're having with regards to the noise that could be coming from their property, and hope, cross our fingers, that that's enough to stop the problem from continuing on to occur. If it continues on, we go back to the complainant and we have them start a log of all of the times and dates, and now the person that's causing the noise has to be added to that. So there's quite a lengthy process. It has to go on for quite a long amount of time. And lots of people don't understand that, yes, we can lay the ticket, but you're the one that has to go to court and prove it because we're not there to hear the noise problem or deal with it at the time of the incident. When we tell them that, some of them don't want to go to court, so then it ends right there. Some of them, it blossoms into maybe a neighborhood problem, a neighborhood dispute problem, kind of ends there because we can't fix that part of it. So it's a really, really testy bylaw to get a conviction on, unless that person wants to do a lot of work. We can't sit out there 24 hours a day and try and listen for that person that's making the noise, make the noise. So the onus is put back on the complainant, and now we've been given even more information that's going to be required in order for a ticket to actually stand up in court, or even get past the Crown Prosecutor or the lawyer, because it's all private lawyer that we pay for as a municipality, to want to take forward to court. So, and that's another thing too, the municipality is the one that looks after the lawyers and the court time and everything else with regards to it. So we want to make sure that we have a really strong charge before we actually get to the charge section of it. So we try and work with the complainant and the person that they're accusing of making the noise. We went as far as, trying to get some people, with dirt bikes to, maybe the complainant sleeps because he works nights or she works nights. Can you ride your motorcycles or the kids' motorcycles between this time? And trying to get them to have a conversation and put the two of them together to try and come to an amicable sort of agreement on how they're going to deal with it, just because it is such a hard one for us to prove.
Thank you, Terry. That explains a little bit of the process if council wasn't familiar with how we deal with a noise bylaw complaint. The other one that I know council will see hopefully in the near future is a draft bylaw for temporary use, or the Airbnb type rentals of properties. I know that's one of the ones I've had a few calls on myself, asking what the process is related to that. So hopefully that bylaw will help strengthen the licensee, and having a licensee for those types of operations, because that is people who come and go, could be on a day-to-day basis, and even more difficult to have that burden of proof of who the person actually is, and also mitigate that land use, because those are in likely leisure or residential type areas. If council is okay, I'm going to keep going through the bylaw, just point out.
Perhaps Councillor Northcott
sorry,
has a
I did not
question,
see the
maybe
question.
before we move too far along.
You bet. Waiting for the mic to work.
The question was for the explosions. I don't know if you know if they're using it for ranchers and farmers that have nail guns. Sometimes there's often, cannons, wildlife waste, there's belt and stuff like that.
I would think that would be under that section that we talked about, permissible operation, because it is to mitigate the pests or the birds or whatever is causing the issues.
Again, because the explosive device or whatever the explosive material is and the tool used for the explosion is legislated federally. Like, we couldn't go onto the property to ascertain what type of explosive piece that they were using, but if the noise was persistent, neighbor, our peace officers could take a complaint, walk them through the same process, hopefully have that neighbor to neighbor conversation and talk about the noise and what it's used for, and reference the bylaw saying, because an agricultural parcel is approved land use. It would be different if you're firing that cannon off in a hamlet versus on an agricultural parcel. And a cannon in a hamlet would probably break a few rules, not just the noise bylaw. So we might have a couple of levels of law enforcement if that was the case. But on an agricultural parcel, anything that would be permitted by federal legislation should be permitted under the land use. Again, the noise itself, if it was persistent, there could be a charge laid based on the noise, but not the use of the tool, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
And a big component of the noise bylaw is an education piece too, and
It's my understanding we're having a few technical difficulties. So for the benefit of those following online or through the virtual medium, I think we'll take a short break while we deal with those technical difficulties, and we'll be back in 15 minutes, please. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on through our agenda, and we were discussing the updated noise bylaw, and maybe I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Haggard to continue, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So we're in section 4, talking about permissible operations and activities. Moving on to number 5, if council is comfortable. And it says, with the exception of an activity or operation set out in 4, so those land use bylaw related actions or things that are approved discretionary with the, a development permit process, perhaps times of operation for a gravel pit or what have you, an industrial activity. Again, that's a reiteration that they shouldn't have any extra noise that isn't required for that type of regular use. So again, being subjective, this one would be difficult, but it would require that same process of logging and documenting who's doing the noise, verifying it's the person the complainant is speaking to, not just the property owner, as well as the type of noise, the time of noise, the frequency of noise, and the time of day of the noise. So it doesn't preclude any noise between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. What it does is say that that's a usual time for less noise, if that makes sense. But if in section 4, it's a land use related noise, that would be a permissible activity regardless. And honestly, the process itself is very cumbersome to get through a noise bylaw complaint. A complainant has to want to do the work to be able to go forward with even a fine under this bylaw.
Perhaps a question from Division 1, please.
It's not working again? I'll just be loud.
Well, you might have to be very loud,
Very loud.
to get the people at home to hear. Oh.
Do you want me to ask or not ask?
Do you want to, we're close
Oh,
here.
oh. We cannot control. Alrighty. Okay, my question was regarding the hierarchy of the legislative, bylaws, et cetera. So for example, in the land use bylaw, like you mentioned, gravel pits, going forward, we've been able to put in development permit restrictions on timing of crushing, et cetera. But we have a lot of historical pits that under previous land use bylaws that do not have any restriction on crushing whatsoever. And until they come in for a change of their development permit, we can't actually put in any restrictions. So how does, can this act, just go above that, below? Is this a way for us to mitigate, for the hierarchy of, you know, sorry if I'm not explaining it, the hierarchy of bylaws, legislative hierarchy? We'll just turn everybody's mics on and maybe that'll be easier.
To answer your question, Councillor the paramountcy of a legislation will
Paramountcy.
federal, provincial, and municipal, and then our municipal bylaws can be parallel, so they would both apply. So if the land use allowed the noise, the development permit allowed the noise, we'd look to that section 4, it's a permissible operation and activity, therefore this bylaw would allow the noise, that it's reasonable and no more normal than necessary for normal operations of that land use, if that makes sense. So unfortunately, no, we can't go back and change the the process, but certainly there's other things like provincial legislation that this bylaw couldn't. It would be discounted. If there was a provincial legislation that said noise was not allowable of this nature, this decibel, this bylaw, it wouldn't matter if we had this bylaw or not. We could issue a provincial ticket perhaps under that legislation. So yeah, certainly federal trumps provincial, provincial trumps municipal, but municipal to municipal, both can be effective at the same time as long as they're legally enacted through resolutions of council for second and third reading.
So this won't be a way for us
Won't
to
fix the history.
fix the historical pits.
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott, please.
My light works, that's cool.
Providence.
Yeah. The noise bylaws, I have had some residents phone with noises and stuff like that and complaints, junk, animals and stuff like that. But, and the municipal development plan review is in progress right now. I could see this increasing. With section, or item number 5 there, I know that there are a lot of rural contractors and businesses that have heavy equipment, and a lot of times they're loading and hauling and moving equipment during the night hours. So you do have backup beepers, you have, you know, Kenworths and heavy haulers and heavy equipment that are often moving throughout the night so that they can have their equipment on the site for in the morning. Would that have any impact, or is there a possibility that there could be complaints towards the rural contractors and businesses that are working in the night too?
I was just taking a look back at that 5 to see the times. And again, it's related to being heard in a residential building. I guess it depends on where the use is and what the use is for, because that land use would be residential. And that contracted service, again, would be not in alignment with the land use necessarily, because they're just moving on a roadway. So it's difficult too, because it's tough with a roadway versus private property, because there's noise from trucks driving through subdivisions or down county local roads. So the option for council there would be to take a clause out that has a time frame. Now, the one above it in 3 talks about consideration may be given but not limited to type, volume, frequency, duration of the sound, time of day, and the week of the sound, so, and nature and use of the surrounding area. And again, that's more related to the land use and the likelihood of impact on adjacent parcels. So that one would be up to council's discretion. We could certainly change the hours, or we could remove them and leave it at that, and just go with the original sections where it talked about the type and volume and frequency of noise and the time of day. I don't think that the bylaw would not stand without that clause included, with a time set out.
Any additional questions so far? Anything else to highlight here?
And then the fines aren't much different than the previous bylaw. So going into penalties, Alana, we're section 7. The first fine is $200. That comes after the education, the neighbor-to-neighbor conversation, a warning, perhaps could be a written warning, and then moving into a fine. So there's a lot of upfront work and education component to our program before we get to a fine. So the penalty itself is small and reasonable. And if someone was to be issued a fine under this for first-time offense, the cost to litigate that if they challenged it far exceeds the fine itself. So we're certainly not being punitive in a penalty. And I think the rest of it is legalese in terms of how those penalties are applied. And then the Schedule A sets out the fine schedule. And I see that the dollar amounts are not in alignment. Yeah, the Schedule A says not less than 200, and the actual schedule says 250, but it says not less than 200 and not more than 10,000. So that, I think that's fine as well.
Would it be safe to assume that something that would be in the upper end of that range would need a greater burden of proof, and certainly it would have to reflect the infraction as well? It wouldn't be discretionary because somebody's dog barked that you...
So the way that the fine structure works, it's second offense that goes up within a year, and then third offense within a year. So it's if they're not compliant. The one thing that I was actually gonna maybe suggest, and it's something to think about, is in clause 1, just to add continuous, the word continuous, because I think no person shall cause or allow to be made or to continue to be made. So the thing is it has to be continuous. So if you have a vehicle loading and they do it once, that could be disturbing my sleep, but it's not continuous, right? So that particular incident, that one-time incident, we would, even if we got a complaint, we would not be dealing with it. We would talk with the people, but we wouldn't lay a charge with regards to that, because it's not a continuous, unless it was violating another bylaw, like the land use bylaw or something. We wouldn't go after something like that and deal with it under this bylaw, because it's not continuous.
So I'm gonna suggest, we're just gonna pull up section 3.1 again and take a look at the wording related to the 3.1 clause. No person shall cause or allowed to be made or to continue to be made any continuous or persistently occurring noise. We could add those words in there and vet it through legal to make sure we use the exact right words and bring the draft back for council's consideration for further readings if you so wish. And then, again, we talked about whether we leave the word explosions in or not. Either way, we can deal with that persistent or continuous noise.
And just for clarity, my question around the penalties was not based on the schedule, but based on the limits placed in 7.1B, where that's 200 to 10,000. So I would assume that the 10,000 would be an extreme case, and it would require a extreme burden of proof in order to have that.
And that
As a
level
suggested
of
penalty.
fine would be legislative. It wouldn't be, like, we wouldn't put that because that's not in our parameters of our fine structure. That would be if the judge decided for whatever reason that it was a gross negligence on the part of the person that was causing the noise, and they decided that that's where it needed to go, or if it was industry. And industry is a little hard to deal with. We've had lots of complaints come in with regards to drilling rigs, you know, and the noise emanating from the drilling rigs. There's nothing that we can do with regards to that. That goes to, I think it's the ERB, with regards to noise from that type of industry. It has nothing to do with our noise bylaw ability to deal with it.
That would be one that would be that paramountcy of legislation.
Yeah.
Their regulators are provincial.
Yeah.
Super. And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd like to go back to the word explosion. I've had some complaints about fireworks in residential area, and that seems to be the only word that might cover it, or is there another way to describe it?
Maybe try carrying your microphone, just, oh, there you go.
Aha, I'm live. The mic is live. Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Again, one of the things like explosive devices, fireworks also have different regulation above the municipal level. Municipalities are able to supplementary control fireworks. We don't have a bylaw for fireworks currently, so that's something council could consider. I know you did have a impromptu delegation last year, kind of describing some of the other municipalities that do have bylaws prohibiting the sale or discharge of the fireworks. The same challenges arise with the dealing with that from an enforcement perspective, because we don't have the ability to seize or search for those items under the peace officer's appointments. And please jump in if I'm misspeaking, Terry, as well as other municipalities around us, for instance, sell those products as well. So there wouldn't be anything stopping somebody from buying their product outside of our municipality and bringing it in and discharging it. So that limiting the sale of it would be up to this council to determine if that was reasonable and made sense for the municipality. The other one would be enforcement capacity, as well as the time of day in which fireworks are set off is not our typical schedule where we have staff available 24/7. That's not the model we run. We don't have the staffing complement to be a 24/7 operation. So it would be a challenging one to enforce. So I would encourage council to consider that, as well as the education and enforcement component of any kind of additional legislation related to explosives or fireworks would be coming with additional administrative and staffing burden to make sure that those are being enforced appropriately. So could we limit them as well through a noise bylaw? Yes. Again, it would have to be, if council puts those words, continuous and persistent. And fireworks tend to be a special occasion, one-time noise. So, I mean, I suppose there's people with deeper pockets than I have that set off fireworks more often than once a year or once on a 50th birthday party or what have you. But certainly those are ones we have heard come in, and we explain from an education perspective that there's various levels of government that are involved with the legislation, and from a county perspective that we currently don't have any fireworks related bylaws.
Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. Just for some information from my previous life, by virtue of us not having a bylaw, they're automatically prohibited in Clearwater County. So that, because the province has downloaded that to municipalities, so with us not having one, they automatically are not allowed. And that sits under the fire code designation, the fire safety code, not, peace officers have that ability as well if we had a bylaw. But by virtue of not having a bylaw, it sits under the fire safety codes designation and can be given, and tickets can be enforced through that. So our fire services could do that. They could prove that a fire was started from fireworks, they could do that. Or by virtue of them not being allowed in Clearwater County, they actually could put in fines and infractions against their use.
I know Sergeant Miller is
Through the
is
fire
queuing
safety
in.
codes
So
designation.
the fire safety code, it's went out of the fire safety code now, and it's under the Explosives Act. So it is taken out of the fire safety code legislation. So it's gone out of there now.
Well, they're still enforcing it through the fire.
This
building and fire codes related to the
sale
And-
of it.
storage of.
Oh,
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
for discharge.
Not for discharge. They removed that.
Then how are the fire designates for the province still able to do enforcement in the green zone?
They can issue permits, but they don't.
And infractions, there's been several that have done that.
In the previous, before when it was under the fire code, yes, we did, and we did too. But they moved it now, the discharge of it.
Through the arson investigation section of it, through that safety codes legislation.
That side of it.
So if a fire was started by it, our safety codes can go after it for that.
All right, super. Anything further to, highlight? Councillor Cermak, please.
I want to deal with the explosion too. There's lots of legal gun owners in this country, and I'm one of them. I sight my guns in probably 2-3 times a year. Does that come underneath the explosion? I do it on my farm. I know my background. I have probably 30 feet of dirt that I fire into. And I've never heard any complaints from my neighbors, but
Not a
And
second.
I have
not
quite a
second
few.
complaint, anyway.
I have quite a few guns that I sight in, like I say, 2 or 3 times a year. When I shoot something, I want to be able to do a proper kill. I don't
So-
want to wound anything, so that's why I sight my guns in.
So initially, this bylaw, when it came from legal, had the shooting of, or the discharge of firearms in it, and we took that out right away. I would probably say no, because that would fall back into that permissible activity on your property, because you're allowed to, shoot your firearm on your property in a safe manner and, not around other properties, et cetera, et cetera. So that explosions terminology, I would have to say would not apply to that. We're talking more the tannerite, the things that are being used in a little bit, in not an agricultural purpose. Like I know talking with some of the farmers, they use explosives to mitigate moles and stuff, or propane which causes an explosion, but that's part of their agricultural use. So that's where it's so iffy, and yeah, it's very difficult bylaw to deal with from a violation perspective. That's why we're working so hard on the education side of it and trying to get the people to come together to, something that's gonna work for everybody.
And if I could add, thank you, Councillor Cermak, and I know when I circulated this to the leadership team, one of our directors, and you can guess agricultural services, commented about the same thing when we talked about it within our team when discharge of firearms was included, and even the explosions, he had that same concern. And our interpretation is that it doesn't include discharge of firearms. That was a separate item within. My suggestion would be you could eliminate the word from the bylaw and it wouldn't make the bylaw less effective than it already is. But that's not the intent. It wasn't intended to regulate the use of firearms unless it was on a land use that didn't allow for that continuous discharge in a commercial setting, for instance. So maybe they could still be captured without putting the word explosions in there because it's the noise we're capturing, not the discharge of the firearm. It's that persistent, continuous noise that's disturbing the peace in a non-land use bylaw related activity. So, and I know that was one in particular, that they had a commercial gun range that had unlicensed commercial activity. So obviously not in compliance with the land use either.
And I don't want us to lose sight that this gives a tool for our bylaw enforcement to be able to deal with problems, quite often good neighbor to good neighbor problems. Ultimately, having a tool there, not necessarily something that we're going to actively go out and enforce. We're not going to set ears out in the community and listen for a bang and then run over and issue a violation. That's not, I don't the intent here. I think the intent here is to put an updated tool set in front of our CPOs or an organization, so we have ways to deal with those complaints as they come up.
Removing the word explosion from it, like Ms. Hager said, is not going to change the context of the bylaw. It would probably even be better for us from an enforcement perspective, just because it's very, like, I'm not a professional when it comes to an explosion from tannerite, an explosion from an agricultural use, like from a gun I can tell, but different types of explosion, that's not my purview, and that's not what our officers are trained in either. And when we're dealing with the noise, it's the continuous noise that's disturbing. So I would, yeah, it wouldn't make a difference to the bylaw from a noise perspective if those words came out, even the shouting part of it, you know, shouting, music, explosions. So, sure. I mean, because everything's left up to the person that's actually going out and doing the investigation or the complainant.
I think I see the value of having some suggestions of what is meant by those. I mean, we given examples of what that could be of disruptive noise. So as opposed to just leaving it absolutely blank that somebody doesn't like a purring kitten as noise, I think this is kind of giving kind of a sphere of distractive noises that could be under this this particular bylaw. So, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Sergeant Miller, you mentioned mitigation earlier, and I don't write a lot of bylaws, but would it be appropriate to include a section about mitigation and suggestions that if you are going to be making noise, that you contact people who would be affected and be proactive about it?
Ms. Hager, please.
I'll take that one if I can. That would be something that would fit not necessarily in a bylaw, but just a public service communications and something we can certainly do, you know, the social media brochure type information, pass along existing information as a conduit as opposed to putting it in a bylaw. Because if it's not a legal tool to stop something from happening, that it's more of a suggestion anyway. And certainly what I could suggest to council too with the bylaw, if council was comfortable, doing first reading as amended, and including that as amended from what I heard from council, to include the words continuous or persistently occurring noise, removing the word explosions from 3.2, and then consideration of whether they wish to take the time frame out in number 5. And then we could bring it back in a revised version, and then you could do second and third reading at a future meeting and have some time to consider those changes.
I think that might be a path forward. We've definitely dived deeper into this than I anticipated, so I'm glad to see the discussion and the importance to council. So if that is kind of where we're at, I would look for a motion to the effect that we receive or do first reading and with as amended, and then it brought back at a later date for second and third readings. Councillor Graham?
Does council want to keep the time in or take the time out of it? The 10 to 7 a.m.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. The timing fits with a lot of the development permits in which we put in place, but that only then would qualify in places that actually get development permits. For example, we put that type of restriction on many of our campground permits, but many of our campgrounds don't have permits. So I don't know if this would be then that opportunity to have that level of enforcement, and giving the discretion to our officers to determine if it's something that should be able to be done, i.e. loading equipment, et cetera, based on the location versus a campground that is not technically legal. Just thoughts.
Again, for me, ultimately, I don't see an issue with keeping the timeline in there. This is going to be a complaint-driven tool, so I think it just gives more ability for our enforcing officers to use their discretion. So, to me, I don't see an issue with having that definition in there. But seeing some consensus for that. Councillor Graham?
I'm ready to make a motion that the council grants first reading to the noise bylaw number 1137/23 with the amendments of adding continuous or persistently occurring to 3.1 and taking out explosions in 3.1 and 3.2. That's all of that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. Questions relating to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Again, thank you so much for answering all our questions and your work on this. Looking at the schedule here, I believe we have a delegation that is waiting for our Planning and Development Department section of our agenda today, and that would be item 5.1. First reading of bylaw 1136/23 for application number 0123 to amend the land use bylaw. And we're joined by Mr. Bisson and Mr. Riaz today. I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to outline this item.
Sure thing. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, Council. So Mark and Kathleen Udall currently hold title to the Southeast 1239-7 containing 161 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture Land Use District located 2 miles southeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House, just north of Gateway Industrial Park. The landowners have made application for the redesignation of approximately 5 acres of land to the Industrial Land Use District for the purpose of operating a trucking company and a subsidiary frac sand transload facility as a tradesperson's business on the aforementioned lands. The subject area proposed to be redesignated will not be subdivided from the balance of the quarter at this time. The property contains a residence, and the landowners have recently made application for a residential shop for personal use. Access to the property is obtained by an existing approach off of Range Road 7-0, which is adjacent to the east property boundary of the quarter. The applicants operate Cypress Vista Transport Limited and hope to operate their trucking company from the property. The company provides transportation services to the oil and gas industry within Clearwater County. The applicants have indicated that there would be approximately 4 round truck trips per day. There will be storage on site, including 3 tractor trailer units. The proposed operation would also include a subsidiary frac sand transload facility. The facility includes the storage of frac sand in approximately 20 agricultural style bins. Hours of operations would be would run from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week, and there would be some movement on site outside of the normal hours of the business operation. The business would employ approximately 3 to 4 employees. The applicants have made application for the temporary operation of the trucking company with the subsidiary frac sand transload facility on the property as a discretionary use under the Ag District. That will be going to the Municipal Planning Commission in February. If it's approved by the MPC, the business would temporarily operate from the south central portion of the subject land. If the redesignation is approved, it is the applicant's intent to move the business from the temporary location to the redesignated area as a permanent location for the trucking company and subsidiary frac sand facility. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. A portion of the property located directly to the east is designated industrial and contains a sawmill operation. And the property is also located approximately 3/4 of a mile north of Gateway Industrial Park, which is a light industrial multi-lot subdivision. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicants are here to speak to the proposal. So as we look into the county's MDP, section 3.2, part 3, we need to consider land use compatibility. 3.2 part 5 is the encouragement of the diversification of the local economy. We need to consider the effect on agricultural land and the agricultural quality of the land, as well as a few other factors such as the nature and extent of farming in the local area, with focus on the immediate area, location and number of existing planned non-farm land uses in the area, predicted impact on sustainable agriculture, the farmland assessment rating of the subject property, as well as adjacent lands. Section 4.2.6 recognizes the importance of water and gives us some things to consider when protecting water. Section 8.1.2 promote locally appropriate economic development that enhances and diversifies the local economy. 8.2.1 encourages the retention and expansion of existing businesses. 8.2.9, the county shall provide a variety of commercial and industrial land uses. 8.2.16, the county prefers that industrial operations and uses appropriate for business parks locate within business parks. The county may approve industrial businesses outside of business parks, provided certain criteria are met. 9.2.15, developments shall meet provincial standards for water and wastewater. 11.2.21, the county may require the applicant to prepare any of the following, the applicant to prepare an area structure plan or outline plan. 11.2.22, the list of criteria an ASP or outline can address is before you there. 12.2.2 is the implementation of an ASP or outline plan. 12.2.3 just deals with the county may require any of the following studies to be prepared by a professional qualified engineer: geotechnical, traffic impact, stormwater management, just to name a few. 12.2.4, the county will consider the following when evaluating an application to redesignate: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on the natural capital, including ag land, impact on the environment, site suitability and capacity, road requirements, county responsibilities that may result from the development. I've included part of the county's land use bylaw there. The general purpose of the industrial land use district is to accommodate industrial operations appropriate for rural locations. Discretionary uses include grain milling, cleaning, drying, and an elevator, gravel and sand pits, crushing and screening and washing, industrial equipment storage, tradesperson's business, including trucking, just to name a few. The minimum lot sizes is 2.5 acres unless otherwise approved. Section 3.5, Part 10 gives us some criteria on possible conditions that the Development Authority may impose at that stage of the development process. Policy considerations: the redesignation of the proposed land is for the permanent operation of a business, Cypress Vista Transport Limited. Access to and from the property is via Range Road 7-0, a partially paved county maintained road. The proposed use of the land is too intense to be classified under the current zoning and is better suited under the proposed district, that being industrial. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact the existing farm operations in the area, as the proposal is similar in nature to operations found under the Ag District. This type of development could provide a more diversified local economy, and the county could require a number of studies prior to approving this redesignation. Things such as traffic impact, environmental assessments, and so on. Public Works, Regional Fire, along with other agencies and adjacent landowners will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So it's our recommendation that Council consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1136-23 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisson, for outlining the proposal. I am somewhat remiss in not doing a round of introductions since we have a delegation here today, and I'd certainly like to welcome you here. So I'll go to Councillor Graham to start a round of introductions.
There we go. Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2. I'm sorry that you guys had to wait so long. I apologize.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Morning, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Hello, Jose Reyes, Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Dustin Bisson, Planner.
And Mark Udall, applicant, I guess.
Wife, Kathleen Udall, applicant. Morning.
Waiting as we go through our process here today. We have quite a busy agenda, it seems. Ultimately, I think we have before us potential first reading of Bylaw 1136/23. Would there be any questions from Council relating to that? Councillor Swanson.
Question in regards, this is just a business that you have started doing this, or you've been, I know through your letter you said you've brought this originating from Saskatchewan and you're now here. So just how long have you been in business in the county?
In the county, I guess probably 6 to 8 months, somewhere in there. Since we moved. How long ago did we move?
September officially. We moved.
September officially.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So welcome to our community. Thank you for choosing Clearwater as a place to bring your family and your business. I think that it makes sense to change this to industrial. It fits what you guys are trying to do. If we look at the ag rating of that particular area, it's 6.5, so it's not unduly affecting an agricultural parcel in that area. And I would happily make the motion for first reading.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just, it's really, your location is right close to an existing industrial park. I was just wondering if that had any interest for your business there.
I guess it's the price. I own the land just there, and it's not good for much else. There's only about 30 or 40 acres of grass. The rest is bush, and the bush that's on it is mostly swamps. So.
Okay. No, I just thought I'd ask. Thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions relating to the motion before us? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We won't be making any further decisions today, but we will be moving into the referral process now. So thank you very much. And I think looking that we have another section in our planning department here, we may delay that to later in the day because we have We had an 11 o'clock appointment as well, so if that works in your schedule, Mr. Riaz, we'll come back to that after we finish the next session. Thank you so much. Ultimately then, I think we want to move forward into the closed session. That would be more specifically item 9.1. So I need a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Swanson first.
Make a motion to move into closed session.
Oh, sorry, all those in favor? All those in favor, I'm thinking, okay, all those in favor.
We want to vote, awesome.
So, welcome back, everyone. We may have one motion coming out of closed session. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, the motion will be that council directs administration to proceed as per discussion in the closed session.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we've been at it for a while here. We'll take a 45-minute break. We'll be back at about 1:15. Well, great, welcome back, and we continue on through our agenda today, and I believe we will go to item 5.2, and I look across the room to Mr. Emmons to be able to introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Council. So this agenda item is the appointments for the Condor and Leslieville Area Structure Plan Steering Committee. The staff recommendation that Council appoints public members to the Condor and Leslieville Area Structure Plan, otherwise known as ASPs, Steering Committee for the duration of the development of both ASPs effective for January 24th, 2023. The motion below, once we go through the agenda, is for Council to fill in the names that Council appoints Councillor Blank and Councillor Blank as alternative to the Condor and Leslieville Area Structure Plans Steering Committee for the duration of the development for both ASPs effective January 24th, 2023. At the December 20th, 2022 regular council meeting, Council approved the terms of reference for the Condor and Leslieville ASP Steering Committee. Following this approval, administration began advertising and recruiting for community members. Applications were accepted until Monday, January 16th, 2023, with a total of 7 applications being received. Administration has reviewed the applications and is prepared. An email pop up to make a recommendation on the members selected for participation as per the terms of reference. Public member appointments, Council received applications and or expressions of interest under separate cover as per the Freedoms of Information Act disclosed for the following. So their background applications were emailed out to Council prior. So we have Carl Britton, Stephen White, Janina Scuttle, Karlstad, Chantel Taylor, Tom Clark, Tracy Breeze, and John Little.
Well, thank you very much. And so I would ask the question, of those potential candidates, how many do we choose?
4.
There are 4 to be chosen.
I thought there was only 2, okay.
Oh, so 2 for each.
So is there any procedure there that it should be 2 from each community, or is it totally up to this council to, okay. Preferably 2 from each hamlet, I see that answers my question. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we looking to nominate them all and go to a ballot, or are we looking for individual nominations? Looking for a point of order clarification
Sure.
of how we're proceeding with this?
I think one process we've used in the past is a group nomination, and then we go to secret ballot, and I don't know if administration has a path forward in that process, or if we want to make individual nominations, and then I'm just not exactly sure on, I think we've done it in both ways in the past.
It truly is council's preference.
Well, I'll just say, I'll go to Councillor Graham first, and then to Councillor Swanson, and then I'll chime in with mine.
Well,
2 cents.
firstly, I'd like to say I'm very excited about these applicants. We have a very good selection here. I don't know, it's tough to choose. We have some really good ones on here, but there's only 2 for Condor, from what I read. So that's an
And I don't think there's a absolute, by looking at the wording there, preferably 2 from each hamlet. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to exclude great candidates anywhere along the line, even if they don't happen to fit the idea of 2, but that
So we
that
can
is-
have more than 2 for each? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
when I mean, with the wording, and I would look to other people's interpretation of the wording, preferably 2 probably means it's not that we're appointing 2 from each hamlet, it's preferably 2. I mean, there should be some consideration to that. Again, I think you've had a chance to review those individual applicants' application form and then how they outline what they bring to this position and, you know, kind of get an idea of who would be the most suitable applicant. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. Councillor Swanson, please.
Well, I agree with Councillor Graham in regards, I'm very excited of the applications that came forward. And being as how there's only 7, I'm going to put this to you. Why don't we let all 7 sit? Instead, so there would be 3 extra voices. To me, it's an opportunity for, it's just an opportunity for us to allow our, I mean, if we had 20, I would be going, yeah, we need to limit the numbers in the room, but just having the 7 applicants, I would be very pleased to just put those extra 3 voices in the room, and I think it would be very good for the discussion that would be brought forth. So if council is so willing, even though the terms of reference said 4, for the extra 3, I think we would get some better feedback.
So just for clarity, this membership of this committee will provide a recommendation to this body at some point of time. They're not actually a decision-making body. They are something that's providing a reference and a recommendation to this council. Okay. What are the thoughts around Councillor Swanson's suggestion? And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first for his comments, and then I'll work my way down.
Okay, I guess I would have a concern about how procedurally meetings could be managed with that many people. A reasonable number of voices isn't a bad idea. Otherwise, I think we should nominate them all, and if we're limiting to 4, do it by secret ballot.
Okay. Deputy Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would be perfectly fine with going with all 7. My only thing is the budget have allowance, because this is a remunerated board. Does budget have room for 3 more voices at the table?
I would suggest, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, that little bit of amendment could be eaten up in budget.
And Councillor Graham, please.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, for that suggestion. I think that is a wonderful idea. This is such a good, well-rounded mix of people who are newer to the community, people who have been here for their entire lives, and I think we would get such a good perspective. I'm so excited about this group. It's really just a great, well-rounded group, in my opinion, reading all of the applications, and I fully support that suggestion.
And just for my understanding of the group, at some point in time, like any of our statutory documents, we will have a opportunity for the public feedback, engagement of this process. Does their responsibility carry through into that as well, or is that once council makes a recommendation or a draft that we present this to the public for feedback? I just kind of getting a feeling of their duties and responsibilities as in this process.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Great question. So the committee is intended to do that legwork, that background work with administration. Administration working closely with the committee, get a draft brought forward for council's review, trusting council's endorsement, then going out beyond that into the public. So truly that committee is right at the forefront. Once there is that work done, truly it kind of ends their responsibilities, their part.
Always looking to see if there's a front line in the firing squads. Just a comment. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yeah, just looking at the terms of reference here, it's going to be 4 meetings in this regard, or approximately 4 meetings as during the process. There's it's between January and June of this year, so I believe our terms of reference have set it out quite nicely, and I guess, if there's nobody else, I'm prepared to make the motion to have further to direct the discussion. So I would make the motion that, all 7 applicants, be appointed to the Condor and Leslieville Area Structure Plan Steering Committee.
Okay, further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call that question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Second part of this item is we need to see expressions of interest from council members in being serving on this committee for this period of time and being part of the recommendation back to this council. So looking for expressions of interest. Councillor Graham.
I thought we were making this decision in our second last meeting when we did the bylaws. So I already expressed that I would like to be on this committee. Obviously, Leslieville is within my division, and I grew up going to school in Condor, so I feel very knowledgeable about Condor as well. So I think that I would be a great asset on this committee.
Thank you. Further expressions of interest. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Fully agree with you. That would be that you would be an amazing asset on that team, and I would happily sit as the alternate if the closer division councillors weren't interested in doing that. I'd happily sit on as the alternate. I'm very interested in planning in general, and I think I could also be an asset as the alternate.
Okay, so you would wishing you let your name come forward for the alternate position? Okay, Councillor Northcott.
I'd also like to express interest as alternate.
Okay.
On that.
Any further expressions of interest for those positions? So in that case, I believe we would need to have, sorry?
Being that the councillor that is closer to those divisions has come forward as wanting to do so, I will withdraw as the alternate.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, we have an expression of interest by Councillor Graham for the primary position and expression of interest by Councillor Northcott for the alternate position. So with that, I think we need to do a specific motion for each position. Let's do it that way then. So.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
The council appoints Councillor Graham and appoints Councillor Graham and alternate Councillor Northcott to the Condor Leslieville Area Structure Plan Steering Committee for the duration of the development of the ASBs effective January 24th, 2023.
Super. Thank you so much. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down the list in our agenda now to one of my highlights of the day. This is CAO's report. So we'll go across the room to Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So the January 24th CAO report. Special council meeting has been called for February 21st. The agenda includes a public hearing for the draft municipal development plan bylaw number 1132/22. The official notice is attached to this report. The Alberta Coordinated Action for Recycling Enterprises, CARE, 2022 Spring Seminar takes place February 22nd to the 24th in Strathmore. The seminar includes presentations and updates on the latest initiatives and technology regarding recycling programs and waste facilities. If any councillor would like to attend that, a motion would be required for that attendance if you're not.
Is there interest in that? I'm looking for some lights. Oh, sorry, Councillor Northcott, please.
I would like the opportunity to be able to attend that conference if possible.
Okay. Any other expressions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I would also be interested.
And Councillor Swanson?
I'll just make a motion that any councillor willing to attend or would like to attend, please get a hold of administration, Alana, and she will make the, to allow any councillor to attend the CARE conference.
Thank you for that. I'll call a question or is there any further comment on it? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and I like you said, would also like to attend. However, we do have a conflict on the 22nd, all of council. So that's my only concern with this particular conference, is the potential conflict on the 22nd, so. Yeah. So that's my only concern, because otherwise I would also like to go, so. Just throwing that out there. Team?
So there is the potential that somebody might not be able to attend the,
Conference or public hearing.
yeah, if that public hearing was to be, I believe it's scheduled for the 21st. And ultimately, we don't know the results of that public hearing. We want to make sure that there is opportunity for everybody to be heard there and to have the full
Council might miss the first part of the 22nd.
Yeah, and that's
travel
what
time.
yeah. Okay, makes sense. So with that in mind, then, Councillor Swanson's motion stands as far as allowing councillors interested in attending that. I'll call that question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Emmons.
Council. The Alberta Association of Ag Societies is hosting their annual convention and trade show February 2nd to the 4th in Edmonton. The convention includes guest speaker John Skerlett's presentation on becoming a destination business, a customized workshop for Alberta Open Farm Days. Again, if there was that, I'd defer to council.
Councillor Swanson?
I have already pre-registered just for the pre-workshop on February 2nd, just for that particular day. I understanding because we have February 3rd, we have the CRMA meeting. So I would have loved to have attended the whole conference, but being as how we have a previous commitment on the 3rd, not. So I will make the motion that if any councillor wants to attend on the 2nd to let Alana know, but I'm already pre-registered. I was more on the lines because it's through the Open Farm Days, that particular day, so.
Further discussion on that motion? Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you. I was gonna say the same thing. We have scheduling conflicts. So I was gonna get this team's thoughts on putting this out to our Ag Service Board, and potentially having them have the ability to go, and then they can report back on the things that they've learned throughout the duration of that conference. I'm not sure if where the appetite of this group is on putting it out to that team, but that might be a useful avenue in order to still get the information coming back to Clearwater.
Councillor Swanson?
Okay. My question then is to the Ag Service Board. I understand that the conference is the provincial conference for the Ag Service Boards. In the past, there's been also a rural economic development conference. It's no longer, it was that as well, that was budgeted for. Would this be something that would fall under the Ag Service Board budget, or would this be something that would be totally outside of, I'm just thinking of the hotel, the expense, the registration fee, remuneration in that regard. So we're looking for more information.
I think as far as a budget, we'd have to discuss that with the ag team to determine if that was something that they had budgeted for. But I think that a conference like this, it would be good to set it into their purview potentially. They do have an ag member on the Ag Services Board that also sits as a representative on the Ag Society, the Rocky Ag Society, to make sure that there's some cohesion between those two teams. Perhaps this is a good opportunity there, but yeah, we'd have to ask Ag Services.
So just getting a concept around costing to these things, we understand there's certainly a benefit to our community sending, but just getting an idea. We have a 3-day conference, registration fees, accommodation, meals, those kinds of things. Typically they can be relatively expensive if you were going to send 6 or 7 members to something like that. It can be a sizable cost, especially to an Ag Service Board budget line. So I would have to defer to whether that would be the process or whether it's something that council sees the benefit to. Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So if it assists council at all, as this is ag service related, it automatically falls within their purview, and that board has the authority to send a rep, or if they have the budget, whoever they choose out of that board. It's who does not sit on that board falls under council's wishes and requires a motion, if that helps.
Okay. So knowing what we have on the schedule, is there any level of interest within? Go ahead. Well, you're.
As I stated earlier, I'm registered for that day already through the Open Farm Days, but I will bring back whatever information I can to council. If I can put my council hat on that day, that's fine too. So again, I would happy to make the motion that anybody that wishes to go for the day, get a hold of Alana and as far as council members and go about that way. In regards to this, because it's so close in proximity, like we're within 10 days, maybe that's something that the Ag Service Board members could put on their docket for next year.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. The Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association's annual conference is scheduled May 1st to the 3rd in Edmonton. The conference sessions and topics are designed to appeal to both rural and urban delegates. The theme of the conference is Safer Communities Embracing Connectivity, Health, and Innovation. If there's any interest from council, again, that would require a motion by council.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe we already did motion this one and had assigned some designates. This motion was already made for this particular conference.
Okay. Great.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Travel Alberta has created 10 tourism development node zones. Plans across Alberta. Clearwater County is included in 2 of those zones. David Thompson Corridor and Cochrane to Rocky. Travel Alberta has been meeting with various stakeholders over the past few months, gathering information to create these plans. The team doing the David Thompson Corridor, TDZ, would like to present a draft version of the plan to stakeholders on March 1st in Rocky Mountain House, location to be determined, and is inviting council and administration to participate. Travel Alberta will be presenting the final plan in Nordegg on April 19th. After it's been officially presented to the province, council and administration are invited to that session as well. The Cochrane to Rocky zone presentations have not been scheduled yet.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Do you need a motion to that effect that any who are interested are authorized to attend? Okay. I would make the motion that any who are interested in attending are authorized to attend.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. And I think that takes us to the end of, does that take us to the end of the CAO report? I believe it does. I would look for a motion to accept the CAO report for information, please. Councillor Graham, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Capital Project Status Update Report. And I don't know if you want to highlight anything in there or if council wants to ask any questions specifically about any of those items.
At this time of year, Reeve Lougheed, it's pretty status quo. It's just a continuation of update on the projects. If council had any questions.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was surrounding all the burning, the different slash pile burning that's going on. There's some new innovation going on, in particular with Fresh Fraser and Weyerhaeuser, where they now are working on bringing in companies to do environmentally friendly option. Instead of burning, they turn them into pellets. I'm not sure if that's something that Clearwater County could look into, considering the environmentally friendly aspect of our industry and us protecting our backcountry. Perhaps that's something we can do some digging into to learn some more about, to see if it's economical for the county to potentially make that shift.
Any additional questions? Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, the bridge replacement and rehabilitation. I know that we voted on this in budget. Are all of these bridges, are they a safety issue that they have to be done this year? Or is there some that we can, is there any grants available for doing these?
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Yes, Councillor Cermak. So the only way these bridge structures make it to the list at all is through our BIM system, which is our bridge inspection and maintenance system that's administered through the province and dealt with by every local municipality. And what it is a system to rate every individual bridge structure throughout the municipality. There is superstructure components, substructure components, and bearing components. And of course, the load bearing components carry a higher rating. If those get deficient at all, they start to make the list. So you have a sufficiency rating at the end of all that rating criteria. And if it gets down to a 3, then you start to get into a 5-year life expectancy or less. As a 2 is immediate repair, 1 is emergent repair, so that's closure. And that's basically how the rating system goes. So it is a safety issue, is why these bridges are on the list, because they've gone through the provincial process of being structurally rated and inspected. We do have some funding. Which structures have the funding and which don't, I don't have that list with me right offhand, Councillor Cermak, but I know we get provincial funding for bridges. But to augment that, which is why we also carry the bridge reserve.
So these ones are all on our list that need to be done this year for sure. Okay, thank you. I just need the clarification. Thank you.
Subject to tender.
Subject to tender. So those tenders will be in soon, or?
Councillor Cermak, I don't have the exact closing dates on all the tenders that are listed here. But the only thing that would fall off is if a bid price comes in over budget, that would come back to council for approval. If it's significant, depending on the structure, administration has other alternatives. We can rate that bridge structure down. If it's a culvert, that gets more difficult to deal with because it's typically a road closure or risk it. So there are other means, there are other steps in between. So a yes and no is always a nice answer, but I do need to qualify. You know, if these tenders come in on budget, the expectation is yes, they would be a go. If they don't, we would bring options forward for council's consideration.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One question I would have, just while we're on this point, bridge file, the number that's assigned to that was an original number, so I would assume that a bridge file of a 7038 would be older than a bridge file of 10,000, say. Is that a correct assumption, or is?
Sadly, no.
No, okay.
That's logical, but no. The bridge file is actually attached to a location, not a bridge. So you can have a bridge replacement of 1036, and it could be replaced this year and still retain 1036. The province could choose, if it was such a polar opposite structure, to assign an entirely different file number to it. So it's not always the case. I've ran into quite old structures that come with a 6-digit number and newer ones that actually come with a 5 or a 4.
Okay.
So the province assigns the bridge files, and there really is, it's quite random because it's provincial.
Okay.
So they could assign file 7038 because it's a brand new bridge in Nehill County, and we get the next one, which is 7039. So it doesn't go by municipality.
No, I was just trying to see if there was any information to be garnered from just the actual file number. And I can
No,
see there is not.
There is not even between a bridge structure and a culvert.
Okay.
The numbers don't even reflect there.
Okay. Well, that makes it easier for the layperson. It means nothing. Okay, that's good. Councillor Swanson, please.
I was not aware that provincial government kept a file on all of our bridges, which is great. I mean, that's second set of eyes looking at it.
Well, it should only be their set of eyes looking at it, to be honest.
They were their bridges.
Yeah.
They just happen to also now be our bridges.
Did I see your light on, Councillor Swanson?
I have a question in regards to the Leslieville recreation area. I see that we are doing, the detailed design is underway for the 8 acres. Just procedurally, that was a small group that did the initial design, and it's being done through, this is the only way the full council will be looking at that particular design. It's page 2, yeah. In that regard, or will council be able to, or is this the only opportunity through a capital report that council will be able to add any extra comments on the design?
If there's specific interest, Councillor Swanson, I would encourage that. The reason this is before in the capital report is that information to council. You know, any change in design could have great implications as we go forward with design, tender, and next phases.
Just for proper procedure, if there was something else that was coming, I was just looking as for an opportunity for input from this council, from full council. But if this is the time, then that's fine. Just for procedure kind of a thing, I'll have a closer look. I thought there would be another opportunity for this to come to council before the design as an agenda item, but I don't remember it ever coming as an agenda item before council.
I will check on that, Councillor Swanson. My understanding is this involved the public before it got to this phase. So there was a community group driven, and that's what this was created by. So
I can say, or I can add that it was presented to the David Thompson Rec Board for feedback, a couple of potential designs, and then with some suggestions with that is more where this is showing and reflecting some of those suggestions from that community group or group of communities, if it would be. And I think some of the consideration there was reconfiguring the space and really putting a greater emphasis on there's a shelter washroom kind of concept that would be shared with the fire training center, so it would get extra efficiencies and functionality to it, as well as there was a large earth berm there to start with, which has been reduced or removed to allow for more usable space on the footprint, I think was some of the suggestions that I heard, and that's certainly been incorporated in what I'm seeing here. So, sorry, which one of you was first? I'll go to Deputy Reeve and then work my way down.
Thank you, Reeve. Just with the way that it was written, that procurement shall commence upon approval of detailed design, I just assumed that it would be coming back. So I agree. And then we'd have the ability to have ag and community dig deep into it so that when people call us, we can answer those questions. So I made the same assumption.
And Councillor Graham, please.
These mics are darn weird today.
Yeah?
Not fun. Sorry, Alana.
I don't know.
It's probably a bigger pain in the butt for you.
It's technology.
Yeah.
We live and die by it.
I just wanted to say, as the counselor for that division, I would appreciate updates. I do get calls about it, and I do my best to answer them, but it's hard to answer them when you don't know what's going on. So, just gonna throw that out there to the world.
We should see Matt come across here soon. Because of that.
Okay, additional questions for the capital projects update? If not, I would look for a motion to accept that update for information. Councillor Graham, any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Takes us down the list to the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services report. Any thing to highlight there or any questions from council? Seeing nothing to highlight or no questions, I would look for a motion to accept that report for information. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Another exciting time of day, councillor reports. So let's start with Councillor Graham first, please.
Well, I've had a very uneventful 2 weeks. My only council thing in the last 2 weeks was our broadband meeting yesterday, which we always appreciate those meetings and that we get to learn so much. We have the valuable staff with the knowledge to teach us. I guess something that I would like to touch on that's related to us, but my niece and nephew had a hockey tournament, and I'm very invasive in their lives, so I went and watched it. And it was, it was really great seeing, like, the arena was just full of people, and it was the whole weekend, and it was just so great to see that rec facility used and all that. Like, everyone was enjoying it. You didn't see a sad face except for when a team lost, but it was really great, and I'm so proud to walk in there with the county and the town logo and to see the county and the town logo on the Bunch Arena. It's a really great facility, and I'm very proud of that. And that concludes my lengthy report.
Well, thank you for that. Any questions for our Division 2 councillor? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Northcott, please.
Alrighty. Yeah, mine was not overly busy. I attended the library meeting in Caroline. I also attended, they had once a month they have a movie and pizza at the library in Caroline. So I took my kids there. It was Lyle Crocodile. It was actually, the kids really enjoyed it. It was actually really nice. I did do the councillor drop-in session. Again, I did not have any visitors there. I did meet with the resident of Tim Hortons, and I actually met more residents at the meat draws in Caroline. I was doing meat draws for 4-H at the local pub in Caroline there. I had more residents visit me there than I had for my drop-in session here. I also attended a solar presentation. And this might touch a little bit back into our council meeting back on January 10th. Yeah, solar presentation it is a hot topic, but maybe just to add a little bit of clarity for that meeting that we had on the 10th in regards to the AUC. I know we had a little bit of a conversation back and forth, and I did ask at that time if the AUC had jurisdiction across Canada, and they do not. The AUC, I did a little bit of research. I reached out to the AUC to see if they'd have jurisdiction. So the Alberta Utility Commission, they do not have jurisdiction. They have no authority or mandate in other Canadian provinces or territories. So I just wanted to add a little bit of clarity for that, because that, and I also did read section 619 of the MGA. That was actually, it was clearly stated in one of their presentations that, they had a big section 619 was there. I read it. Also, I didn't see in the Alberta Municipal Governance Act that there's no authority for the rest of Canada. So just a little bit of clarity there to have accurate information from what I found anyways. And that's about all I have for a report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Northcott? Seeing none, I'll pass the baton to Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you doing the digging into the AUC and 619. Kind of doesn't matter if it extends to BC or Saskatchewan, because it's the authority that we're under in Alberta, and they are 100% running over everybody in Alberta. So unfortunately, it's still in the world that we're in right now. For myself, on January 11th, we had another healthcare profession engagement meeting, and we were joined on that board by Councillor Shippolt from the town. They have decided to join that team again. With everything going on with healthcare, they felt that having the double advocacy of everything going to RMA that we're trying to do, also being duplicated at AM. So that will be helpful going forward. The team focused on the nurses for Christmas this year, and we did little ornaments in their scrub ornaments, and they were tickled. They thought that was fabulous, and they loved that they were recognized. And I know it's something can seem so menial, but it meant a lot to them. Unfortunately, we still have a big nursing shortage. 10 beds are still closed due to that deficiency, but our long-term care beds, within the last 2 weeks, they've started emptying out and going into long-term care facilities. So that is fabulous news. So hopefully we can start utilizing our beds for acute care patients like they're supposed to be. One of the big barriers that we are being told is available housing within Rocky Mountain House. So we have been working with the county. Our housing coordinator within our team has been working with our public works team on the North Quarter House and its availability to see if we can utilize that as an option. So I thank Clearwater for working with the healthcare team to try to use that as an option. I attended the Alberta Climate Leadership Council, their inaugural meeting, and we did a bunch of breakout sessions with that and was able to discuss some of the things that Clearwater County is doing in order to help with the climate. Examples being that we're doing putting in the Nordig electric vehicle chargers. We're partnered with Clean Farms. And that we're working with forestry to keep motorized units out of our riparian areas and waterways. It's interesting because that group is made up, or at least the outbreak session that I was in anyway, I was the only rural, the rest were urbans. And even going down the list of a lot of the people within that group, a lot of them were urban centric. So it was nice to have that kind of rural aspect, at least in my breakout group. Along with the Reeve, I attended the CRFRS awards ceremony, and everybody here is aware that the fire service is extremely important to me, and I love seeing them recognized from their first year to their 30th and beyond. It was truly a wonderful evening, and I always appreciate being a part of that. They're great stewards of our community, and I thank them for their service. I attended the Ag Service Boards Conference, and I put a big spiel of that as well, and I could have went on forever. It was a fabulous conference, a lot on solar. That is a hot button in everybody's world. They went into the AUC, they discussed AER and how they felt the AER was doing a very good job with landowners, with the exception of the correlation between AER and Land and Rights Property Tribunal. That is kind of the only issue that they're having, but they'd really like to see the AUC take a similar role that the AER has done when it comes to landowners. Still excludes the municipality and any rights the municipality has, but at least it would give the landowners some tools that the AER is working with them with, because right now the AUC does not. A lot of discussion and I just put it all in there so you guys can read it at your leisure. And we already discussed the broadband meeting, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions for Deputy Reeve Melhoff? Councillor Swanson, please.
I was interested in that climate information. I'm glad you attended. I would add one more thing that you can say that Clearwater County is doing, and that is our Leslieville Lagoon.
Yes, thank you.
And so I think we need to add that to our climate.
Thank you. Yes, I will going forward. There's another meeting in April, so I will do that going forward.
Okay, any additional questions for Deputy Reeve Melhoff? Well, thank you, and we'll move to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you. Yesterday I attended an ARC meeting. That's the Alberta Rural Connectivity Coalition. I joined their board last year. The annual forum for this year is on the 24th and 25th of May at Old College. Registration is supposed to open today. The outline won't be out until March, but some of the topics we discussed are precision agriculture, radio spectrum updates, we put a few changes there, and regulatory issues as well. Also at that forum, we've been revising the broadband toolkit. I've been contributing to that, and so that should be released at that session as well. I also attended an Explore Nordeg meeting with Councillor Swanson. The way all of those small entrepreneurs are working together to provide options for a range of tourism experience, it truly is impressive. Last thing, at the fall RMA convention, the Deputy Reeve and I met with the health minister. And two of the issues you brought forward were, one, the acute care beds, and the other was the operating room here that is not used. And I heard on the news last night, they listed off a number of mostly cities where they were expanding operating room capabilities, and Rocky Mountain House was one of them. So I expect there's been more than just us working on that the town has as well, but working together, we can do a lot. That's my comments.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? I would make a couple of comments. I'm really excited about the future of agriculture and technology. I think we're on almost a revolutionary stage where we'll integrate connectivity with traditional agricultural practices and find ways to utilize and be more efficient in the acres we farm, as opposed to just being bigger in the way we farm. I think there's going to be a revolution here, and it's enabled by connectivity, and I think that's why it's so critical. Some of the questions we're deciding now as a council will have impacts in the agricultural community as we move into the future. What else was I going to say? Yes, and I would just say around the hospital issue, I think we've had some shadows of that in the past because there's been quite a bit of money put into, I think it was some form of medical instrument sterilization to be able to, that investment of infrastructure upgrades in that hospital has really set the tone for this being more of the jigsaw puzzle of healthcare delivery locally here, and I'm encouraged by that announcement. So that's great news. Any additional questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Deputy Reeve, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I am interested to learn more about the ARC convention. I'm sure that it will come to our administration, but when we went last year, that is the one that we went to in Sylvan Lake, correct? I found that very valuable personally, especially with it being a topic that is front and center, being broadband in our world. So I would be very interested in attending that conference should it be made available to us to do so.
Okay, thank you. We'll move along to Councillor Cermak.
I only have a few topics to talk about today. One was the amalgamation meeting that we had here. The Reeve and I attended, and we are proceeding, and we are going to have some public input. We're going to have some meetings around it, some halls. Dates have not been set, or even agendas or anything like that. But there will be some future stuff going on with the amalgamation. It's still going ahead. The other two hot topics in my area is a solar, like Jordan had said. I'm not sure where that's all going to end or what's going to take place. I think as a county, we need to sit down and maybe get a plan on what we want in our county as a solar project or a lack of. And the other thing that I'd like to talk about is the Riverside Rehabilitation center that they're still proposing to go down on the James River. I have had numerous phone calls that people are requesting that we do not give any more time extensions to these people to get their stuff into us. I think we've extended it already three times, and I understand that it's extended again to February now. And all the people that I'm hearing from said, enough's enough. Let's get it done with.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Just first, like, we're not the ones that are holding up or not holding up the recovery, as far as I know. It's the province, because it's them that stamps the final thing. So as far as I'm aware, it's not us that's holding up or not holding up that process.
They have to come to us too. And
For
they
a development permit, yes.
Yes, and they keep extending their time.
Because we're waiting to hear back from the province.
So,
We can't rule on a
so,
decision without the
yeah,
second
and
province.
so I would just suggest our development authority really determines land use and restrictions around that land use. We don't really define who, we define the use of the property. So it's outside of our scope of being able to say whether an applicant, that's where the province comes in. And so the province is the one that determines the licensing around that, and really the human factor of those facilities as they're proposed. Our role here as a development authority is really to see if it fits in within our land use bylaws and the fences and borders and barriers that we put up to protect the community that surrounds a potential development. So that's kind of where our role is, and as the chair of that MDP committee has said, I don't think that's anything that's come before our decision-making process as well, and I don't know if my understanding, it would only come before this council if there was a land use redesignation, or if we were looking at redesignating that land to a different use, and as far as I know, it's still kind of falling within its approved use.
So the development permit came to us in the fall. I'd have to pull back on the agendas. They are not meeting the requirements by the province. Now we're waiting for information from the province. So we cannot neither approve nor deny a permit until all the check boxes are made. We can't, because we're waiting for information from the province, we can't deny it either. So it's being held until we hear back from the government before we can say yes or no one way or the other. Just to give your residents some idea of where that's at. This isn't us holding it up.
Any further questions? I see Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, no, my comments are just in support of Councillor Cermak's comments there. Simply put, yeah, I've heard the same thing from residents that they do not want that proposal for a rehabilitation center down there, so.
Okay. Providence, or you have a question?
Well, I've had a question for a while, but I have a red light, so I'm going to take advantage of that. Councillor Cermak, you said, you made a comment that we should, as a county or a council, get together and decide what it is we want in the county. What did you have in mind, or did you have a vision or a process for that?
I would like for us to maybe look at other municipalities, what they're doing with their solar stuff, so that we can maybe, I don't think there's anything in our county that says what we want to do with a solar project in our county. I think that's important, that we maybe draw something up here so that we're not caught approving one without any background on what could happen or what could take place. I would just like to get some input from some our other local municipalities that have it in there, and what works best for them, what didn't work good for them.
Councillor
That's a
Ratcliffe?
great comment, and I support that.
Thank you.
And I think I may reserve my comment for a little bit here. I'm sure Councillor Swanson will have something to say. She's been following this topic along with other members of council for some time. We know that there are difficult decisions and our community is concerned with what they see happening in other communities. And we certainly want to be aware and prepared for any potential happenings within our own county. So I'll
And it could be good or bad. I don't know.
For sure, and you know, I think there will be a point of time, I think we'll be able to debate both the good and bad of any of these projects. You know, they're not all bad and they're not all good, so, and that's a matter of debate at some point of time, and are we prepared as a municipality to meet those challenges that will be coming forward to us? I think that's the greater discussion in the short term. Councillor Swanson, please.
Okay, explored the Nordic workshop. It was mentioned in the CEO report that there's gonna be a final draft and a draft and a final plan presented to us, so that was also part of that messaging. I did go to a Travel Alberta Central Zone engagement at Sylvan Lake. Well attended. I'm sure glad that the fire guys didn't come in because we were way over capacity for the space that we were having. But so well attended. They really presented the Indigenous tourism side very well. A lot of opportunity. So what they've said is a lot of demand, very short on supply. So there is a huge opportunity for that type of tourism. And Central Alberta is really primarily, we are positioned on the cusp of some of that to come our way. Also, I was at 2 different engagements with the Cape Subcommittee, the Transportation Logistics Task Force. First, we met with Jason Nixon, and then we did our monthly meeting yesterday, but our meeting with Nixon last week. Still working on those particular details in regards to a possible corridor west. It is kind of, we're kind of in limbo right now because there is some of our higher ups, I'll say, that with the potential of a budget dropping next month and then possible election impacts with the writ dropping with an election, there's things that could be on a hold button for a time being, but we're hoping sooner than later. As Reeve Lougheed has said, I went to both solar project community meetings last week. Well, the one at Westerdale with Councillor Northcott and the one in Benalto with Reeve Lougheed. The one in Westerdale was very much a community base. They had guest speaker Dave Bennett from, what's the name of the landman group? Anyways, it's a small landman group, anyways, independent. So he was the presenter there. A couple of the Mountain View councillors, Nihil councillor was there along with Councillor Northcott and I. About 100 people, very good information was passed. One thing I did learn, these solar projects will never happen on Crown land and never happen on Native land. If it is a project, a micro generation on your own stuff, use what you use. There's no AUC involvement. There is an exemption for any solar project under 5 megawatts. You don't need AUC approval. Anything above that becomes AUC approval. Mr. Bennett did mention that he is a part of multiple hearings with multiple municipalities with that. And there was a comment about taxes, that these taxes go from ag to industrial when these projects come on. Now, whether that becomes a solar project owner's responsibility or the landowner's responsibility, that's yet to be, that's a private land issue workout. Yeah, the price per acre could be all $700 to $800 an acre per year for some of these landowners. So it really makes a difficult financial position of, decision going forward. So that was really a good impact for that one. The one in Benalto was MLA Nixon was at, and also MP Earl Dushan was at, along with the Farmers Advocate Darcy Allen, of which Darcy Allen will be presenting to the CRMA on February 3rd for our RMA group with more. That is an organized committee that we got the invitation from, stewards of agricultural lands. Anyways, good comments there again. My biggest takeaway is we need a bylaw in place for renewable energy that encompasses wind, solar, geothermal, whatever that would be. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it should be in place. As Deputy Reeve Lougheed has said, we have very little jurisdiction as a municipality, but what I learned was we still need to be a warm body at the hearing so that AUC can have a discussion with us. If we're not there, they're absolutely not going to consider anything. So setbacks from residents, roads, whatever. So anyways, again, hot topic, and this will be, I'm sure, not only on February 3rd, but also at the RMA in the spring. Interesting to note that a lot of these companies coming are not from Canada. They're from Germany and elsewhere. So that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Swanson? I think I'm going to go to Councillor Northcott first and then work my way down the line.
Yeah, just a little bit more on that presentation that was at Westerdale Hall there. Another thing they did say, because of the increased taxes on your property, because of, you know, might go from ag to light industrial or something like that, so you'll have, I can't remember how many multiple times you'll, you know, the landowner would then be responsible for those increased taxes. However, in the future, they might not get their annual rent for the solar panels, but they would, as a landowner, still be responsible for those significant increases on their taxes. And I think right now in Clearwater County, for example, if residents didn't pay their property taxes, the municipality could then take the land back. So there's quite a yeah, I don't know. There's also the discussion about the sale of carbon credits and stuff like that. I didn't really understand it, but I'm not really. Yeah, there's probably a whole another calculated math formula to all that, and whoever's going to be making the money on that. But yeah, there was a discussion about the carbon credits. So that's it.
And Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. We had the opportunity to talk to the Farmers Advocate when we were at the Ag Service Board conference. And their biggest push for us was to get as much information into the hands of our landowners as possible, because right now they're the only ones that have the power. So like Councillor Northcott is saying, making sure that they are aware that they could be stuck with the land taxes because they're the ones on title. Making sure that they're aware they could be stuck with the remediation because there's currently no remediation requirement. One of the speakers called it the Wild Wild West back when oil and gas first started and there being no requirements. So getting as much information together as we can and informing our residents and ensuring them that they know they have the power, that the contracts that they are putting in place are the ones that are going to stand the test of time. So it's definitely something that we need to dig into more, and it's great that you guys went to those. As much information as we can get is important.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Swanson, would you elaborate a little more on the Cape Transportation Committee discussions? What are they encompassing?
Appreciate the question. Certain topic is still an closed session topic, so until it reaches a different level of government. So be happy to share that with you when the announcement comes out.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, thank you. And before I forget, I'd just like to share my perspectives on the solar meeting at Benalto. The community there is well organized and prepared. Their concerns were much of as we've heard through some of the processes we've been through, loss of agricultural land, the change of the landscape, and really just what it means to their community and feeling powerless to push back. So, I mean, this is an opportunity for them to share their perception and feelings about what's before us. And I would say that, you know, I think the province, the provincial government certainly has a responsibility here. Much of the discussions we're having around the isolation of municipalities in this decision-making process is part and parcel of the design of the province in creating these opportunities for green energy through a policy. And that's something we can do as a municipality and as individual and a council, advocating with our provincial representatives how impactful this is to our community and how many concerns we're hearing from there. And that we really have learned something from our experience with oil and gas industry, and that we don't want to duplicate challenges and barriers that come up 50, 60 years down the road. So good to have that discussion now, and I think it's good to make sure our bylaws are updated to be able to reflect the realities of today as far as green energy. We don't want to leave it as a blank spot and then be reactive when we're faced with a challenge and our community is asking us to serve on their behalf. So that's my comment there. As far as my own report, I actually have quite a number of pages of notes here. I don't want to bore you with my activities, but I'll go through it very, very quickly. I was successful in my SDAB training as well. I passed a test, amazing. But I guess I paid attention for a little while. January 11th, FCSS, happy to work with other members of the community to put a budget of over $300,000 into community service groups. I think it's exciting for our community to have so many people involved with delivering extra services to our community that maybe fall outside of a provincial responsibility from time to time. Let's see, I'm sorry as I bear through some of my notes here. ICC, I think you mentioned the ICC with the village and a good engagement there of next steps in that process. And we want to deal with facts and not rumor around any potential amalgamation discussion down there. And yeah, so more to come on that for sure. Rocky Learning Council, some updated financials there. Seems to be in a good financial position. They're working with Campus Alberta Central to look for increases in programming ability and being able to support. They are in a new facility of their own, and they need, you know, it's a larger facility with a little bit of extra rent and utilities, so they're looking for extra supports there. David Thompson Rec Board, it was held at the Charlotte Small School. I hope we all get a chance to look at the new Charlotte Small School sometime in the next number of weeks as we perhaps will get a chance to look at the new David Thompson School, which will come online sometime next month. Exciting time for education within the corridor for sure. CFRS awards, great to kind of a homecoming for me, going back and being able to sit in the same room with so many people that I worked with in the past and new faces as well. So I know that the future of fire rescue services within Clearwater County and the surrounding municipalities is in good hands with those folks. It's great. I did have a chance to observe provincial constituency politics in action. I did attend a UCP meeting in Caroline in Sundre as an observer, and it's always interesting to see democracy in action. January 19th, I got to have the Beat Your Councillor Day there here at the building. Got a great series of conversations going. Ranged from staff members all the way through to the mayor of our community here. And I had some positive feedback on a resident along the River Road and had great experience with contractors through the work process there. So wanted to relay her positive feedback on the experience of work over the last bit of time with the contractors that we have selected to do that work. And I think that's bringing me down to about today, unless anybody has any questions of me. Super. With that, I would look for a motion to accept Councillor Reports for information. Councillor Ratcliffe was first this time. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Takes us down the list. I believe there would be any issues around councillor remuneration? If not, I would ask a motion to accept councillor remuneration as presented. Councillor Swanson, please.
So I'm putting the people in the hot seat right now, and I mean, we do have an electronic version of our remuneration statements. So as much as I can appreciate the photographs of everybody doing it, I mean, it was December, I get it, but it would sure be nice if we're filling them out online. Maybe a little bit better for our administration to read, if we can do that. So I respectfully request that we try this year, 2023, to build a new habit in doing this all.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh boy, I see the lights now. Okay, let's just start with Councillor Ratcliffe and we'll shuffle ourselves sideways here. No, that was, you look surprised. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Melhoff, please.
This is one of the ones I've been trying to do 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Sure, I don't want to give an opportunity or miss an opportunity for you to.
Thank you. I will do better. But it's also my understanding, this might be a question for Mr. Hagan. I thought the whole new program that we got was supposed to make this whole thing digital so that they wouldn't have to read these at all. I thought that was part of the investment in the new program.
Mr. Hagan.
Deputy Reeve, can I ask you to clarify what new program you're referring to?
I thought, was it last year you discussed it, there was a new program through, can't remember the name of it. I'll have to look it up and I'll get back to you, because remember us discussing it very early in our term that there was this new program, then part of that would be to make it so that all of this would be for all staff, because staff fill this out too, almost 200 of them fill this out too, so it would make it significantly easier if it was all digital, and I thought that's what this accounting program was supposed to do. I can get the name of the program. I remember it early in our term.
Well, that's fine. That explanation helps me.
Okay.
We have not purchased a new program at this time. A couple of years back, we put out a request for proposal to see what might be available, and it goes far beyond. That is one essential component we need is an electronic timesheet, but it was really to revamp our entire financial system and get something more state-of-the-art that would offer more efficiency and better reliability and reporting capabilities. We got 0 responses to our request for proposal, which was very disheartening. So then we turned our attention towards our existing system and engaged some consulting help with that to try and maximize the ability of that system, all the functionality that we could squeeze out of it. And so we're currently going through that. We've done that study and we're just waiting for the results to come to see what sort of efficiencies we can get out of that. And then we will regroup and decide, is it going to be sufficient for the foreseeable future, or do we have to look at replacement again? So that whole process, unfortunately, takes some time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And moving down the line, I will go to Councillor Graham.
I fully had the wrong sheet for remuneration. I had the board member sheet this time, so I apologize for that. My printer doesn't work at home, and that's the one that I got when I came in, so sorry about that as well.
Don't feel bad, I'm still sending mine in on a slate.
That's why yours are never in here.
Yeah, could be. I don't even stoop to pick up a quarter, so there you go. Anyway, I guess in that case, I'm looking for a motion to accept councillor remuneration as presented. Councillor Swanson. All those in favor? And that's carried. Takes us down to correspondence, a number of items of correspondence there. Would there be any that we want to put a special lens upon? Councillor or Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
I would love us to dig further into the Rocky View correspondence. And I was hopeful at the appetite for this group to join their call to action. We literally have spent a large portion of our councillor discussion on solar, and that's exactly what Rocky View is working towards. I would love to see us, if you flip to the last page, part of their therefore be it resolved that they have come forward with. I would love to see us partner with them in this. And I'd like to hear what your guys' thoughts are on this particular correspondence. I would like to see us join them.
So I think if I read this correctly before when I scanned through it, I think they were asking for a financial commitment as well in this process. And I think that's something we'd have to bring back as a, can we do it at this point, or we'd have to bring it back as a agenda item? So it might be almost worthwhile of a notice of motion, or we could just direct administration to bring it back if that was the will of council. I think it was, they have allocated $10,000, I believe, for, you know, things such as a consultant. I'm not sure what the exact wording there was. I can see words here, but I don't have my glasses. So. Oh yeah, I see they're hoping that we would consider a similar allocation if you're interested in joining our advocacy coalition. So we did have a discussion around this. What is the feeling of council? Is this something we want to see come forward as a agenda item, later date? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Yes, I would love to have this come forward. Does administration need a motion to that effect, having administration look into this further and bring it back for decision of council? I'd happily make that motion to have administration look into it further and have that come back to council at its earliest available date. And that, yes, that is in the frame of a motion, sorry, just to confirm.
Okay. So administratively, will that work for you? Okay, I would call that then, or further discussion on that. Councillor Swanson, please.
There is on the last sentence that if you are interested in joining, they had a February 3rd deadline. So maybe just express the interest, but just let them know that it's coming back to council for a decision. That works.
Okay. So can administration formulate a letter which the Reeve could then forward, indicating our present position on this, that we're considering it as a financial contribution at a later moment? Does that work? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I just wanted to add that it would be useful to know what sort of response Mountain View gets from other municipalities at that time.
And we do know that through the RMA, we've had a number of resolutions circling around this subject, I think, for some time. The province hasn't seen fit to bring it to the forefront yet. Again, we are probably at a receptive time for interested people that want to extend their public service to be listening to the community. I hope some of the ears are in rural Alberta as well over the next months. Councillor Northcott, please.
Okay, just a short little comment here in regards to the solar. One thing I've noticed is there's been very little discussion about, the solar construction and use for residential use on buildings and stuff like that. All the discussion mostly that I hear about is for the bigger solar farms that do consume up agricultural land. But I've seen very little, or actually really almost no discussion for the development of solar, but utilizing it for residential use on existing buildings and stuff like that. So it'd be nice to see more of that discussion if it's really truly about reducing emissions and preserving ag land.
And I think the AUC doesn't really have jurisdiction to regulate residential even agricultural private land up to a certain size, I think is the rules they've confined, because they simply probably don't have the capacity to deal with development type issues in many different municipalities. And so that might be something we can do with our land use bylaw as well, if we want to, you know, if, say, for instance, we're considering something in a Nordig leisure subdivision, do you think it's within the community interest to put up a yard full of solar panels? Those are things that we can set and define what we believe is in, you know, quiet enjoyment of your property or peaceful enjoyment of your property, kind of the things we use. But as far as, yeah, I don't think this one is probably dealing with that. It's dealing, I think, more with the large industrial scale facilities that are important for the province and the federal government to meet their green energy mandates. That's the primary riding factor, I believe, and how the AUC has determined that they have jurisdiction and are really able to defend their decisions against challenges through the the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, which has been the process so far, I believe. Anyway, we do have a motion to bring this back to council. I forget what your exact wording was, I'm sorry, maybe. Anyway, are we clear? I think they've got it. So are we okay with putting this to a decision then? Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Any additional spotlight on any of the correspondence? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to accept the correspondence for information. Councillor Cermak was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Down the list, we go to notices of motion. Would there be any notices of motion? See, Councillor Northcott.
I don't have a notice of motion, but I was just, maybe in the future if I could get an update. There was a notice of motion made previously a little while ago back for the Municipal Planning Commission for the agenda to be posted on the Clearwater County website. I was just, maybe in the future if I could, or if council could get an update on the status of that, or if it's. Thanks.
Mr. Emmons? Alana wearing her other hat just informed me that it's scheduled to come to the next council meeting.
Okay, great. Again, any chance for a notice of motion? Okay, that brings us to the last motion of the day. And that would be adjournment. Anybody willing to make that motion? Okay, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we'll see you next time.